right, it is 6 o'clock. Looks like everyone's here. With the gavel, I will call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees, the Superior McCaslin Interchange Metropolitan District Board of Directors, the Superior Metropolitan District #1 Board of Directors, and the Superior Urban Renewal Authority Board of Commissioners. And I will recite the Pledge of Allegiance if everyone can mute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and next we have roll call. Phyllis?
Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Trustees Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan. Oh, okay. Neil Shaw.
I'm here. Sorry, mute button broken.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Loris Glazinski.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Ali Slayton.
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis Harden here. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any items on the agenda that board members would like to change or pull off the consent?
Clint, I'd like to pull 3D and 3F.
Okay, 3D and 3F. Any additional changes?
I'd also like to pull item 3E.
Okay. Okay, we have 3D, E, and F pulled. Any additional changes? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Skrzynski. And roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lasis.
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Glazinski.
Yes.
Shaw.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Lish.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda is passed unanimously, and now we'll go on to reports, questions, and issues. How about we start with Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and then Trustee Skrzynski and go from there.
All right. Good evening, everyone. A couple things to report. On October 7th, I attended the SYLC meeting where I got to give them actually a primer on government. We've got some SILC members who are actually voting for the first time in this year's election. So we were able to go through the sample ballot and kind of talk through the ballot measures and the various candidates for office. So I thought that that was really a rewarding opportunity to just talk through SILC and talk about our democracy. On October 9th, I attended the Colorado Municipal League's Policy Committee meeting, which was really interesting. There were a number of policy proposals, one of which was to change the open meetings law requirements. And this is something that'll be, I think, near and dear to all of our hearts, specifically not to apply to email responses that are, kind of group emails that are sent among governmental bodies. Generally speaking, when they are sent en masse from a resident to the town board, and then if somebody responds on the town board to all, for that to specifically get carved out of the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Obviously, it's just a policy proposal from Colorado Municipal League, but they are going to be making that suggestion to the legislature, and we'll see if the legislature takes it up. There were also a couple of additional proposals that I thought were worth mentioning. Right now, there's a current limitation in Colorado statute about the amount of capacity that you could have on your roofs if you have solar panels. In terms of the amount of power that you can give back into the system, there's like 120% load capacity threshold for a lot of communities in Colorado. Superior obviously is a solar friendly community. We could easily exceed 120% capacity off of the solar panels on our roofs. So that's going to be another proposal that's going to be going to the Colorado legislature on behalf of CML. There were also a couple of political ones that were dealing with police accountability, police liability shields, it led to an interesting discussion, but there ultimately was no proposal that's going to go from CML to the legislature in this legislative session. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. We'll go with Laura and then Ken.
Sure, I have nothing to report. I will pass it on to Ken.
Thanks, Ken, and then Neil, and then Kevin.
All right. Good evening, everybody. On September 29th, I attended a joint Board of Education meeting with most of the people on this call. It was a fairly interesting and enlightening meeting. On October 7th, I attended a Boulder County Consortium of Cities meeting. The primary topic during that meeting was a presentation from Boulder County about their draft short-term rental ordinance and what they've been doing. I passed on that presentation to all of you for your review, and I imagine it'll be fairly useful when this comes back up for our consideration at some point in the future. One of the things that was asked during that meeting was that other municipalities pass on their regulations as well. So I'll be happy to share those. That way we have a baseline starting point if and when we consider our own short-term rental regulations. And then finally, on October 8th, I attended an ACES meeting, and I wanted to give the board a heads up and see if there's any objections. ACES is looking to initiate a public outreach campaign around the sustainability goals that they've been working on. It's goals that we've seen presented to us in sustainability scorecard in the past and that they've been refining. So really it's to put something out to the community. They will use our online engagement platform that we've used for the Parks and Rec master plan and for the naming for CenturyLink and a few other issues. So really it's just to see if there's any community objections, support, get broader buy-in before they come to us. That way they can show us whether or not they're on the right path. So if there's any objections, you either feel free to say something now or shoot an email offline. If there are no objections, then ACES will discuss their questions and start moving forward with it at their next meeting. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil, and then Kevin.
Thanks. On October 5th, attended the TSC meeting with Laura and Kevin. I'm pretty happy that staff was actually able to move forward within a few days of getting crosswalks striped on Yarrow. I'm anxious to see the progress on the other things that we had talked about before the weather starts getting crummy. On October 7th, I attended the joint issues meeting with Louisville along with Kevin as well. I don't quite know how to summarize the meeting as it was pretty awkward in a number of areas. The one area of interest for me going into the meeting was a reduction of the Louisville Library operating budget without any regard to the contribution made by Superior. I wish I could say that Louisville saw our point of view and agreed to make actual changes towards collaboration and communication as it relates to the town and the library, but that didn't happen. In short, I really do think that the town of Superior needs to decide how much longer it wants to continue with the existing agreement. I could say a whole lot more, but I know this is a timely item on our retreat next week, so I'll save it until then. Another area of discussion was the Louisville side of 88th Street and the lack of either bike lanes or sidewalks. While this is a recognized shortcoming within the city of Louisville, rectifying it is not a priority within their transportation plan. It's on their list, but it's not at the top. It's also not at the bottom. I'm not quite sure where it is. And then Matt, when you get your update, can you let us know that given that BVSD is moving back into a hybrid mode for both the high schools and the middle schools starting on October 27th, will the sidewalks on the east side of 88th be open by then? A little disappointed that it's taken as long as it has, but I do recognize there's been grading and some vegetation work that needs to happen. But I do expect to see kids starting to go to school here pretty soon, especially since BVSD does not have a busing plan that I'm aware of for the middle and high schools. Thanks.
Thanks, and Kevin.
Thanks. I think both Neil and Laura mentioned the Traffic and Safety Committee meeting. Matt, I saw those meeting minutes, but they're not in the packet. Did I imagine they were in the packet, or were they distributed somewhere else entirely?
They were in this week's digest.
They're in the digest. So I don't want to talk about them in detail, Matt, because they're not in the packet. And so it's not really noticed. But for those that are, please review them in detail from the digest. There are a couple decisions. It was actually the meeting started out a little slower than I would have liked because some of the striping that we had expected did not occur to some of the budget reasons, but some really good outcomes for both Yarrow Circle and Riverbend. Neil, I hadn't noticed the striping has happened yet, so that's great news to hear about that. The Riverbend Akron neighborhood, both roads. So good outcomes, read those minutes. Matt, please, let's make sure those meeting minutes are in the packet in 2 weeks. I echo Neil's comments around the joint committee meeting the other day. Definitely a few awkward moments, and I feel like we were perhaps not communicating. And to our town attorney, when we call on you, if you just wouldn't mind introducing yourself briefly. We don't know you yet, and so we'd love to get to know you a little bit and have your background. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kevin. I don't have any further updates, but I'll turn it now to Matt.
Thank you. So in response to Trustee Shaw on the sidewalk on 88th, the east side sidewalk, that'll be open by the end of the week. I was on that street today and agree that equipment and stuff needs to get moved off of there. So that'll be done by the end of the week. I want to welcome Allie to our meeting. Good to see you. And then the retreat, as mentioned, is on Monday the 19th, starting at 6 p.m. One item I wanted to add was we got 2 bids back for the trash contract. I need some direction from the board on how you'd like to proceed so we can finalize the agreement with the vendor, because Waste Connections and Western Disposal both submitted bid, and there's I need some direction as far as how you'd like to proceed. So I'd like to add that to the retreat as well.
Okay,
And
thanks.
that was it.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And welcome, Allie Slayton, to the meeting. Go ahead with your introduction. Any announcements that you have?
No report, but thank you guys for having me here tonight. You might remember me. I did present to you back in February when we were exploring the local improvement district issue for undergrounding. But I've done a lot of work in the background for you guys, just not a lot of face time. So I'm excited to be here tonight. I'm excited to continue this relationship.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Hey, Allie, your audio is not that great, so if you wouldn't mind, on your invitation, you should have a dial in. If you wouldn't mind maybe just trying that dial in for your headphone, because I think we are going to do it later, just to get some better audio. Thank you.
Okay. And Kendra, any announcements? I'm sorry, not Kendra. Phyllis, any Phyllis announcements?
No, I don't have any. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Okay, we are on to the next item on our agenda, which is public comment. If there's anyone in the public that would like to comment on the consent agenda, presentations, which we have none, or non-agenda items, now is the time for public comment. And Paige Henson, welcome to public comment. You're up. Nope, now you disappeared. Okay. Anyone else public comment? Oh, there's Paige.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the efforts of the Transportation and Safety Committee as it relates to the Yarrow and Riverbend neighborhoods. And I didn't have a chance to attend live, but I watched the recording, and I really appreciate the proposal that was put forward. And I wanted to add my support of that proposal to the chorus of other neighbors supporting it. So thanks very much to everyone who did that work.
Great, thank you. Any additional public comment for this evening? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda, and we have a few items remaining. We've pulled 3D, E, and F. So we have A, B, and C. So if I could get a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and do second by Trustee Lish. And roll call vote, please. Phyllis?
Folsom,
Yes?
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. The consent agenda A, B, and C passes unanimously. And now we've got consent agenda item 3D, which is an adoption of a resolution approving a right-of-way agreement with the Victor C. Thomas Family LLC and CLAD LLC regarding acquisition of property for the 88th Street Improvement Project. And Neil, you pulled that if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Clint. So a year ago, we were presented with 3 different options with respect to 88th Street. And we all kind of coalesced around building it to 2 lanes and then acquiring an ROW for the 4 lanes. I was convinced that that made all the sense in the world. Since that time, in that last year, staff and the contractors have done a phenomenal job with the 88th Street reconstruction. It's a great road. I'm duly impressed with the way that has turned out. In the same year, we've seen no corroborating work on the Louisville side in support of a 4-lane road, either today or even over the next decade. Given that we can handle the volumes of traffic that we have on McCaslin with a 2-lane road, I'm very much not convinced that 88th Street ever needs to be a 4-lane road. I'm reticent to future-proof it today when what we're talking about is something that could be decades away. It requires an enhancement to the bridge. And quite honestly, Louisville's got to step up, because otherwise we're going to have a bottleneck, right at the front end of the bridge, or right after you get off the bridge, in Louisville. So unless someone can convince me that the traffic volumes are justifying 4 lanes within the next, say, decade, I can't see the reason to spend our cash today on something that we may not ever truly need.
Although we do have a 10-foot wide bike trail on that property already.
That's a good point.
So is your proposal to not go forward with the acquisition and tear up that bike path, the multi-use path, and remediate it back to the way it was before?
No, actually, that is a really good point, Mark. And I guess I had neglected to recognize where the sidewalk is. It's a good point. But I think, okay, so from that perspective, I think we have to acknowledge that the likelihood of this being a 4-lane road anytime in the near future is relatively remote.
I mean, I agree with you, Neil, on that. I mean, I think it's a 2-lane road. I was driving on 88th today. I was coming back from Louisville, and I was kind of marveling at, because now it's actually complete and really can feel the width of the full right of way. I agree. I think it may be unnecessary in light of the fact that Louisville is not going to be doing anything comparable on the other side, and the bridge won't be getting widened. But it sure is nice to have that segregated 10-foot wide multi-use path that's separate from the vehicular traffic lanes. I think for purposes of pedestrian safety and bicycle safety, I think it's really nice. I think it was done really well. I think Goodland did a fantastic job. I think staff did a fantastic job on the actual execution of the construction. But I agree with you. I'm not chomping at the bit here to make it into a 4-lane road. I don't think that that's necessary right now. But we had the flexibility in the event that it happens 10, 15, 20 years down the road.
So aside from whether or not it's a 4-lane road anytime in the near future, I do agree the improvement of having the sidewalk on the east side is a stark improvement from where we were beforehand. And frankly, the regrading work is also tremendous. It gives much better views to several more people of the Hodgson Harris Reservoir, which has been fantastic, and I've heard lots of comments on. One thing that I will say is I was a little bit surprised by the cost of this. Looking at the amount that's being asked to pay for this right away is more than 3 times what we just spent per acre on CenturyLink. I didn't necessarily have enough time to dig into the appraisals as much as I wish I would have, but as I quickly looked through one of them, I saw that highest and best use was part of the equation in trying to figure out the price, and that some of the assumptions and reliance on that is that there will be the highest and best use is is mixed use going forward. And it even specifically identified that the way developers have been working in the area and what they would imagine could happen on this property is that a sliver of commercial near the roadway and right of way would meet the commercial needs, while residential could be constructed on the majority of the property and behind it, and that the residential would come immediately and right away, leaving the commercial section to at some point be constructed in the future. I have a hard time with that assumption, especially when it's a piece of what's creating this valuation. So Alex, I didn't have enough time to read it cover to cover, especially because these were, I think, 70 pages and 130 pages. But if you could just walk through the what we got to support those and staff's opinion of those documents.
Sure, and I can help. I think Martin's on the call as well, and I know the appraisers contacted the town about the zoning on the property and what could be allowed there. Obviously, there's a lot of assumptions, and the board has already taken some action on the residential, but the zoning is as it exists today. Before, unless you rezone it, that's what the zoning is, and you can put various uses on it. And I know one of the appraisers assumed a mixed use, and they looked at other mixed use properties in the area and came up with that value. So I'm not an expert in appraisals, but I know we wanted to get two opinions because it was such a high value, and make sure that we zoned in on what the value was. Yeah, we were obviously not, we thought it would come in a lot less, but both appraisers, had bracketed the amount that we are offering to the landowner. Again, in CenturyLink, I'm not sure that what zoning existed up there and whether the entire property was, and Matt, you're more familiar with what the value is on CenturyLink and how it compares to this one.
Yeah, I mean, the CenturyLink property, a vast majority of the property was valued at a lower level than the property to the southeast that the appraiser thought was more likely to be developable. So that they kind of split the CenturyLink appraisal into two pots, the western portion that they felt had less of a value, and then the more developable piece that had a higher value, and then they came to a combined mixed appraisal value for the entire property based on that.
So I understand. I appreciate the context. I still don't necessarily think that the numbers that we're seeing reflect the true value of that, and I don't necessarily see this as a even exchange for that right of way of less than 1 acre for the $280,000 that we're going to be paying for it. I suppose I would have appreciated an opportunity before this came to us for an actual approval to discuss further options or what other discussions could have taken place to this amount.
I appreciate that. I will say that if when the property ever does come forward for development and develops, the plan would be to recoup these costs from the whatever future developer, as well as the improvement costs for 88th Street that we've done, that we expected from previous developer to be a participant in.
Could you remind us, so 2 questions there. What were the improvement costs that were done that would be recouped? And is there anything in this agreement that commits a future developer to either of those, either the recoupment of those improvement or the cost for this right of way?
Alex said I think it was like 1.5 million. Alex, do I have my numbers correct and what the improvements were?
Right, we had made some assumptions early on. We cut back a lot of what was going, like we didn't build access drives and development, things of that nature. So it's right around that $1.5 million.
And then as far as the agreements, we would have that in a future subdivision improvement agreement with the developer that would identify that at the time.
Okay, anyone have anything else, or I'll entertain a motion to approve this?
I'll make a motion, and I apologize for bringing this out. And Mark, thanks for pointing this out. I guess with all the viewing of the different schematics from the side view, I just didn't recognize the fact that we put the bikeway all the way at the easternmost edge of the right of way. So we kind of are where we are. But I will make a motion, Town of Superior Resolution number R-68, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior authorizing the purchase of right-of-way for the 88th Street Improvement Project from Victor C. Thomas Family, LLC, and CLADD, LLC for $280,500.
Okay, motion by Trustee Shaw,
I'll second the motion.
second by Trustee Skrzynski. Roll call vote, please. Phyllis?
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis,
No.
Lish,
No.
Ryan,
No.
Okay. I believe that as motion fails, we had a tie.
So my recommendation would be that this go back to staff and the other party for further negotiation and discussion. If it's helpful, I would encourage staff to reach out to the board to see if one or two trustees should or could participate in those discussions. But I think the next step is to go back to discussions.
Okay. Matt, anything further on that?
Well, yeah, I guess a little more direction on what expectation of those discussions. And that could be offline. It doesn't have to be right now, but
Okay.
would be helpful.
Okay. All right. We're on to item 3E, adoption of a resolution approving the second amendment to the subdivision improvement agreement with RC Superior for the final development plan 3 for Superior Town Center Block 25 Phase 2. And Ken, you pulled that.
Yep, I pulled this. From what I can tell, this is fairly identical to the same amendment that we approved last year. So this is a second amendment, and we're still not seeing execution necessarily on what was required from the developer. Bill, if you're on, if you could give us a walkthrough of why we're needing another amendment to this.
Yeah, no problem. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Welcome.
Good. So Bill Jenks, RC Superior. Glad to see everybody. Good evening. You're right. I mean, to be honest, the FDP for Block 25 was approved in January of 2019. At the time, we had set the end of 2019 as the SIA completion date, which really was, to be honest, my fault. It shouldn't have been quite so soon. It does take us from an FDP approval to get through CDs and a closing to a builder. It takes us at least 6 months, and then we only had 6 months to get it in, which just wasn't enough time. So that one was kind of a error on my part, and we did push it to the end of this year. We could have gotten it done by the end of this year, but in the last couple of months, we've been looking at the phasing plan for the block. And I don't know if you remember the plan for the block, but it's a long block. I think it's something like 75 homes that are all sort of in a line on that hillside. We got all of the alleyways and all of the main infrastructure and water services and all of the bulk of the work done months ago, soon after Remington closed, and they've been building through homes on that entirety of Block 25 since then. But the Remington and most of these builders, the way they operate, they build kind of one building at a time, and they march down the path, starting a new building every couple of months as sales go, so that they're not coming out and specking, all 75 units foundations at the same time. They're building sequentially, and as as timing has worked out, they haven't finished all of the foundations on that block yet. They probably have another 4 buildings or something like that to start. So at this point, it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to go and install all the final landscaping just for them to go in and rip it up when they dig their foundations in January and February. So the current plan is for them to they're building through those right now. I think they're going to wrap up their final foundations by February, and our plan is to finish all of the landscaping 100% completion pursuant to the FTP approval and SIA sometime in June. I think our requested date is July 31st, just to give ourselves some time for weather delays and things, so that we don't have any kind of issue bumping up against that. But that's the medium length answer. I'm happy to answer any more specific questions, or hopefully you understand the general phasing approach.
So that completion deadline, I did have a question about that. I noticed that you just said, I think, July 31st, and it does say July 31st in our staff memo. However, the amendment itself states September 30th, 2021, which is I think we actually did push for September just to give ourselves that wiggle room, and again, not have to come back to you again. I think we will get it done by July. Again, it's just a question of making sure that we don't come up against the end of that and have any issue. Okay. I think just a general comment. I think a lot of this comes down to expectations management, and it's not even just expectations management between you and us. It's more expectations management between us and our constituents, to make sure that they know that we're ensuring that what's been promised and agreed upon is delivered in a timely manner. And I understand why you're asking for this, and I understand the logic behind it, but it again puts us in a difficult position, because it's the second time we're approving an extension to a deadline. There's just I would say a general overall view that we're doing a lot of giving, but not receiving a lot in return. And I'm hopeful that will change once the bridge starts going in and Parks 1 and 2 go in. But there's an overall feeling that that's not necessarily the case, and hasn't been for some months. I did have an ask to you, I think it was a month or two ago, in regards to your assistance in setting up a meeting between us and Toll, so we could talk about the playground that could be constructed at the east side of Tract H. Can you speak a little bit to where that is right now?
Yeah, I've talked to Amanda Nilamo, who's the project manager for Toll Brothers. I brought it up with her probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, and she was going to get with her land development manager to discuss it in terms of just construction phasing and access, and when it makes sense to go in. Generally, neither one of us have any issue with it going potentially sooner than it's otherwise required, but we are working through it. I actually missed a call from her this morning, so I'll hopefully she has some progress on that, and we'll continue to work that.
Okay. Well, just let me be clear. That is an important thing to me. It's an ask I'm putting forward to you, just as you are putting asks forward to us, that we are continuing to accommodate. So if you could continue to work in good faith on the things that we're asking for, that would be appreciated, so we can all continue to work well together.
No, and yeah, absolutely. And the reason it's not an issue at all, the park's already funded through the TIF dollars that are sitting in the Metro District account. It's really just a question of construction logistics, and since Toll is responsible for actually building it, they need to obviously be signing off on when it opens and whether the road to access it is open and all of that. And I just don't have much visibility into their phasing plan. So I will definitely continue to work that with her, and I would guess we'll set up a meeting with staff sometime in the next couple of weeks after I reconnect with her tomorrow.
Okay. I'll get an update from Matt at the end of the week as to how your conversation with her goes tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Anyone have anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion. Ken, do you want to do that?
I move to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-69 Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving the Second Amendment to Subdivision Improvement Agreement for the Final Development Plan 3 for Superior Town Center, Block 25, Phase 2.
Okay, motion by trustee Lish, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks. Motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we're on to item 3F, which is adoption of an ordinance approving a conservation easement agreement for the former CenturyLink property, Level 3 Communications, and consideration of a conservation easement agreement for the CenturyLink property with Boulder County and Jefferson County. And Neil, you pulled that item?
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. So I actually didn't have a specific reason for pulling these, other than I really wanted to take a moment to thank staff to get the easements, agreements completed with Boulder County and Jefferson County. When we approved the CenturyLink purchase back in April, I was pretty open about the fact that the risks that we had to the operating budget if the funds from the neighborhood didn't come through. Obviously the board unanimously supported the purchase with the hope that $4 million would come through from the neighborhood to offset the $15 million purchase price. The fact that both Jefferson County and Boulder County followed through on their commitments during a time that COVID has wreaked havoc on 2/3 of municipalities in the country isn't lost on me. I'm a solid supporter for moving this forward, and I also really want to call out that I really like Section 3.E in the conservation easement. So I don't have any other comments. I just wanted to take a moment to thank staff and do point out that one of the three that had indicated a desire to come in chose not to, but I think we're in really good shape with the two that did.
I was planning on pulling this as well, Neil, so thanks for doing so. I also just wanted to publicly thank, staff, of course, but Jefferson County and Boulder County for partnering with us on this conservation easement. $3.75 million is a lot of money. It is a considerable amount of money when you think about what our annual budget is and what our open space funds allow for. So this is going to allow us to have some flexibility into the future that we otherwise wouldn't have. And I really, really appreciate them partnering with us on this purchase and this conservation easement.
I don't have much more to say beyond that regarding Boulder County or Jefferson County. The third party is obviously Broomfield. So Matt, can you tell us a little bit about why Broomfield chose not to make a contribution?
I think it's just specifically related to the pandemic. I mean, they have a significant budget shortfall due to current situation in the economy, and they really liked the purchase of this property's open space, and they wanted to partner with us, but in their current environment, they just are not able to.
Thank you.
And then I don't have any questions, but there were a couple things I wanted to just highlight for those listening in. Well, actually, first, thank you, Jefferson County, and thank you very much to Boulder County for contributing and partnering with us on this. It is very meaningful to our residents in our town. The two things I wanted to point out that are in the agreement is agricultural uses are allowable on this, which includes pasturing, grazing, feeding, and care of livestock. And then also prairie dogs, the relocation of prairie dogs to the property is more or less prohibited with a few exceptions. So I don't have any opinion on those one way. Actually, I do have an opinion, but it's not an opinion that will stop me from voting yes on this. But I just wanted to highlight those for both residents and the board to make sure everyone was aware of those two clauses. That is all. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. And I'll join in my colleagues in thanking the counties of Boulder and Jefferson for their contributions. Really appreciate your contributions to open space and partnering with municipalities like ours to make that happen. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item. All right, Trustee Ryan.
Second.
Okay, motion by trustee Ryan, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwasinski,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
I
Thanks.
just want to be clear, hear affirmative from our town attorney that this isn't a problem, that we didn't read that just now.
I read the agenda item before.
Ah, okay. Sorry about that.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's good. Okay. All right, we are on now to item number 4, which is public hearings, adoption of an ordinance and resolutions for the 2021 budgets and approving corresponding fee change. So I'll need to gavel to open the public hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Gavel to open the public hearing, and notice is being shown by town clerk.
And I have 4 of them, one for each public hearing.
Thank you.
Is that good enough?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we will start off. Paul has a presentation that he's going to go through, and then he'll walk us through the each of the budgets and what items need approval from the board. Want to thank Paul and Jeff Stone, our accounting manager, and his staff, and department heads and all their staff for all their hard work on putting together this budget like they do every year. I think it's a great job by them and shows from their hard work. So appreciate their efforts on that. And with that, I'll turn over to Paul.
Thank you, Matt. Paul Nellis, town staff. What we like to do here as it relates to the presentation of the budget, it's obviously a multifaceted, very complex document. It involves 4 different entities which you sit as, but we like to discuss the budget and present it in one general format. We have done it in past years and we'll do it again this year through a PowerPoint presentation. And again, we'll just go through some high picture 20,000 foot views of the budget. The board, and thanks obviously also goes out to the board. The board spent 2 very long review study sessions on this on the budget. Well, we had input from our committees and commissions as well as the citizens. So really, it's a well-rounded, collaborative effort. Jeff, I think you got maybe the wrong budget summary here. That's last year's budget. So as Jeff's maybe pulling up this year's budget summary, I'll start to jump into it. But generally, obviously, the budget document is one of the board's most important policy and communication tools to identify, what our objectives and goals are for the year. And obviously, this year's budget is not any different. Again, what we'd like to do is highlight some of the more important of the larger categories of the budget as it relates to the board's goals. Again, this budget collectively between the 4 entities is about $51.5 million. So this, I think, a little bit higher than last year because of some capital construction projects. Ultimately, it'll take the board and the SUR commissioners' approval of 7 different resolutions and 2 ordinances, including this budget document. And Jeff will catch up to us here ultimately, but let's first jump into, and Jeff, I think we're now on page 4 of the document. Board's first goal is enhancing financial stability and business retention. And one of the critical components of that fiscal stability standpoint is included in the budget are some select targeted, what we like to think of as smart developments, which materially, maybe one page back from Jeff, I'm off, but on maybe page 4, I'm sorry. But as it relates to new developments and their positive impacts on long-term financial prosperity for the town. Really what this has to do with is stabilizing our utility operations. So as we have these new smart targeted developments, it helps for our utility operation to remain financially self-sufficient. We'll get into some level of detail that was not the case not so long ago, where the general fund was providing some material support to our utility operations. And then obviously money's not available in the general fund for some of the programs we wanted to implement. So, the targeted development has a very, very strong positive fiscal impact on the budget. Additionally, with some diversifying revenue sources, predominantly with diversification and stability of our sales tax revenue base, continuing efficiencies in operations, debt refinancings, those have all allowed us to continue to maintain or decrease property taxes that are passed on to our constituents. And this year's budget is no different. This will be the 18th consecutive year that we've been able actually to lower property tax rates. And for the listening public, I think as most folks, as the board members all know, Superior's property tax percent as a percent of the total is less than 10%. So we do not materially impact the property tax bill that our residents pay. Most of the payments are going to the fire district, the county, as well as the school district. But I think we'd like to show that we do what we can to control and reduce property tax rates for folks in town. The property tax rate we're looking at reducing in the 2021 budget is in our interchange district. This is the district and the budget that is paying for improvements to the McCaslin 36 interchange and areas around the interchange. And the property tax decrease essentially are the businesses within Superior Marketplace. And what we're looking at is decreasing that by what is known as a mill, 1 mil, which is essentially 1/10 of 1% of the assessed value of a business's property tax. But generally that mill levy, that property tax rate is down 34% over the last 8 or 9 years. So we're continuing that particular message. Then we have, Jeff, we can get to the graphs there. We just need a couple of takeaway graphs that have shown, that over the last decade and a half or so, the town property tax rate has dropped 10%. The interchange property tax rate, the next slide that I referenced, is down 34% over the last 8 or 9 years. Again, putting money back into our pockets of our citizens and our businesses in town. As I alluded to earlier, with the stability of the utility operations, and again, that stability has come with new development revenue combined with some debt refinancings. And where we've gotten now with our utility operations is they're now financially self-sufficient, where, not too long ago, 5 years or so ago, we were transferring roughly $1.5 million a year to help these utility operations. And again, those monies were detracting from what we could do in the general fund. So now that we have stable, financially self-sufficient utility operations, there's more money to spend on essential governmental services. And what we're looking at over the 5-year planning horizons are no transfers from the general fund to our utility operation. Next slide, Jeff. And I'd like to, and before I maybe get into some additional detail, I think Trustee Shaw, and there was another comment made as it relates to, we are in a truly, unique time frame with COVID-19, and generally COVID-19 is wreaking havoc on local, county, state governments. And recent reports anywhere from 50% to 2/3 of all of these government entities are seeing some material decreases in revenues, which result in decreasing levels of service. We are very, very fortunate for a number of reasons to not fall into that particular category, where we're actually seeing an increase in revenues this year that will be sustained or maintained in future years. So I think it's admirable to look at what we're able to do. We're looking at no decreases in level of service. We'll talk about some enhancements of levels of service and the services we're providing our citizens. The first of those, falling again under the kind of the business retention and the fiscal stability, is we're looking at enhancing our economic development program. We're looking at continuing our contractual efforts with Better City, as well as supplementing that with a new full-time economic development manager position. Next slide, Jeff. Other operating enhancements, and again, this is maintaining all the services, all the programs we're providing our citizens, and then and providing now new enhanced levels of service. We're looking at new sustainability plans within the town, and this will be supplemented with a new position to manage this particular operation. We're very, very, very excited to open and activate Superior's new community center, which will happen in spring of next year. And we're looking at staffing that center 7 days a week and over 5,000 hours for the year for new programs for our citizens. We will be conducting a citizen survey next year to check in with our constituents and see how we're doing with providing levels of service. As we already talked about, the enhanced economic development efforts. And again, these are all new programs while maintaining our existing programs. And then the next focus after operating is our capital programs. And we kind of break out capital programs into two different categories. And the first is we must focus on maintaining our existing assets before we look at any new asset development and expansion. So with the focus on existing assets, we continue to work on our street maintenance and rehabilitation program. We're looking at over $4.2 million for work on McCaslin, south of Colton, as well as Mill and Overlay on Sycamore. We're looking at over $200,000 for upgrades to our Purple Park playground. And then we have a myriad of other park and pool and recreation amenities and improvements. We're even looking at doubling what we spend on currently spending for parks or on benches and trash cans and things of those natures. We are very proud of our tree inventory, tree plant and shrub inventory, but that is aging like all other assets in town. So we're looking at spending an additional $100,000 to maintain that particular inventory, which is absolutely critical, obviously, for this community. Replacements of 20-year-old tennis court lighting, capital maintenance activities that are typically state and federally mandated as it relates to our water plant and enhancing our water disinfection system for a potable water system, and ongoing improvements to our sewer plants, which include odor control down at that particular facility. That's over $6 million worth of improvements. Then in addition to these expenses on current assets, we're looking at material spending on new capital assets. One is a extension of the Highway 36 trail from Avista over to Flatirons Crossing. This is roughly a $1.5 million project with 70% coming from local and state grants. As mentioned earlier, we will be completing our community center improvements with opening in the spring of 2021. And one of the changes that staff is proposing following the board's last budget review is accelerating the extension of Promenade Drive from 88th to Promenade. This project was initially planned for 2023. We received word from the developer from Toll Brothers that they will be working on their section of Promenade Drive, plan to have that complete by the end of 2021. So we wanted to ensure that that roadway connected to 88th, and we had then the connectivity of that roadway from 88th to downtown Superior by the end of 2021.
Hey, Paul, do you want us to ask questions along the way, or do you want us to save questions for the end, or how would you prefer to do it?
Ken, good question. I think it'd be appropriate to probably just ask along the way while we're on the topic.
Okay. On the topic of the Promenade extension that you just touched on, as you mentioned, this was added after our last budget meeting. Can you give a quick overview of how this $1.5 million expenditure has adjusted or impacted the budget? Otherwise, have we decreased spending in other categories? Can you speak to the impact on our reserve or anything along those lines?
Yeah, good question. Following the board's last budget review, where this project was in 2023, we essentially had a balanced budget. by accelerating this project, we had to essentially we had to identify additional funding within our capital program. So what staff is proposing in 2021, we will be transferring typically more money than we would from the general fund into the capital fund. And a little bit of background information is any revenues we have remaining in the general fund, we look at total general fund revenues. These are paying for most of our operating activities, our park, rec, and open space, or park and rec activities, law enforcement, public works type of expenses. At the end of the year, we'll aggregate total revenues. We'll subtract those expenses. Over the last several years, we've looked at roughly a $2 to $2.5 million transfer then that would help fund our capital program. So what we're proposing to do in 2021 is to transfer more than that $2.5 million. The net effect of that is it will reduce the monies we have in the general fund to about 60% of expenses, of budgeted expenses. The board has a reserve policy in place where we would like to keep 75% of general fund expenses in reserve. So for 1 year in 2020, we will be going below that 75% reserve level to 60%, but then we will get back to that 75% level by 2022. So that essentially is how the Promenade project is being funded by accelerating that to 2021.
And then just a obvious follow-on question to how that impacts 2022. So have our 2022 expenditures been adjusted to reflect that we'll have fewer monies going into our CIP budget next year?
Really, the critical year in the budget is 2021. As a result of accelerating Promenade, we did not have to adjust any other capital projects in 2022 and thereafter. So really, it was a 2021.
We had a budget in 2022. That's right. I forgot. Right.
So Paul, we may as well, I suspect, so this presentation will cover the highlights, and while it may not be the most important issue or the most difficult issue, it's probably the largest, talking about Promenade. So I'll ask a couple of questions about Promenade as well. So first, just for the viewers at home, Promenade connects what to what?
You know, Alex can correct me, but generally it connects Promenade Drive within downtown Superior, which terminates within the Toll Brother development. It connects that termination point in the Toll Brother development to 88th Street.
So the Toll Brother development in downtown Superior connecting out to 88th, providing a southern egress from downtown into 88th.
Correct.
Do you remember, so I was doing some thinking today and I went back, I think it was the first time I ever met you in 2013, when you provided an original presentation around the TIF and talked about the revenues, the tap fees that we would get. I have that presentation up in front of me and I know you don't. So just to remind you, we talked about cumulative revenue over a long period of years of about $38.5 million in tap fees, connection tap fees, town utility, and $2 to $3 million through BVSD. A huge amount. And it's allowed us to fix some of the debt service. And the presentation you were making, the spirit, at least as I heard it, the presentation that was made in 2013, those tap fees would allow us to take care of some of the debt service because we had a bad practice for a few years, not a bad practice, but a practice for a few years of tapping into the general reserve, which is effectively what we're doing here. In that same presentation, we talked about the expenses associated with downtown. Did we ever, did in your list of expenses, did you ever think that that expense for Promenade would be covered? Did you ever identify a one-time expense or an ongoing expense for a southern extension?
Boy, Kevin, I'm sorry. I don't have the luxury of looking at that 7-year-old document that you're looking at, and I don't specifically recall.
Paul, I can maybe add a little to this. The connection to Rock Creek, the southern connection, was always envisioned to be South Coal Creek Drive. So you'd have the two developments within The Anderson property and the downtown Superior project would build that connection, each to the property line of their respective properties. So contribution from the town to build the connection, while we did have an idea of a third connection to 88th Street, the main connection was going to be to South Coal Creek Drive.
So I'm just trying to figure, so all that, I'm just trying to figure this out, right? From a huge amount of revenue inflow expected for the debt service, and we've done a nice job reducing the taxes year over year, but it's related to Ken's questions where I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the cost of this? I mean, the cost is obviously 1.45 million, or $1.5 million. I somehow lost my notes, $1.5 million. But what are we not going to do as a result? Are we not servicing the debt the way we had forecasted? I know I've been, looking at the notes from the finance committee, which I'm not on, but in that subcommittee, there was talk about $15 million of unbudgeted capital expenditure, known capital expenditure, completely unbudgeted. That number could be as high as 50 million. Now, it's probably not as high as 50 million, but somewhere north of 15, way south of 50, and connecting. I'm just trying to figure out how we decided to do the acceleration after the last budget meeting of Promenade, when we never budgeted for this. We never expected this 8-10 years ago when we approved the downtown Superior. We didn't provide that prescriptive direction to staff at the last budget meeting. We're falling a little bit short of, not a little bit, we're falling short from a general fund perspective, and we're going to have to make this up. We've got $15 million plus of unbudgeted capital expenditures, and we've got a community gathering spot that's going live with a decent amount of uncertainty. I mean, the reserve, if you will, or the general fund, I think is set aside for some uncertainty I'd like to see attributed to a community, not to a downtown that never had this expected. So I need to have a lot more conversation tonight around why we would be prioritizing Promenade at $1.5 million over the 15 million when this was never budgeted, to better understand what is the actual cost? What are we not doing? Do we have better financing that is not required, where we found this $1.5 million? Did the tap fees go far more than we had originally budgeted? I'm just confused how we got here.
So let's, obviously it gets confusing. Let's kind of break out and get kind of the tap fees out of this discussion, because essentially the tap fees that are supporting our water and sewer operation are used exclusively for water and sewer improvements. They could be those improvements, $6 million of improvements we're looking at next year. We're looking at accelerating some debt payments in 2025. Those are what the tap fees are paying for, as well as some longer term water and sewer capital projects. So
paying off the debt
and paying for water and sewer capital projects.
Right.
So the tap were never envisioned to pay for this particular project.
Right. Well, the wastewater champ improvements, the Windy Gap debt, et cetera. Got it.
Correct. This project has been in the budget for the last couple of years. It was in the final budget proposed to the board a few weeks ago, but it was proposed in 2023. I think it was in a similar time frame in last year's, in the current year 2020 budget. It was either planned for 22 or 23. So generally, we have had the funds allocated for this project, but not allocated in 2021. So to accelerate the project to coincide with the construction schedule of Toll Brothers, we essentially are borrowing monies from the general fund in year one in 2021, effectively to be repaid in year two, 2022. But over the 5-year period, we're not having to come up with new funds here. We're just accelerating funds, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So again, we can come back to this in context of the entire budget as there are additional questions. Jeff, next slide, please.
Just one more question on Promenade. The acceleration, and this might be a question to Matt and Alex. I mean, Toll is indicating that they'll be complete with phase 2 by the end of next year. Is that a function of all the homes in phase 2 or just the road? And are we at risk of building Promenade to connect and then Toll needing to shut the road down on an off and on basis, for construction traffic? Or, at the end of 2021, will we have a continuous route to downtown that will stay unimpeded, or will it, be off and on?
It's the infrastructure that'll be done. I doubt if all the homes will be underway, but there'll be, yes, a continuous route from 88th Street into downtown. But this also does provide another way for construction traffic to get into Toll. Be a lot of contractors working and so forth, and to have all those on Main Street or other streets that are in downtown Superior. This is another way of getting into the development. So in that regard, it has those types of benefits. But there should be a continuous route if Toll, comes through on their current schedule.
Okay, thank you.
So additional new capital projects included in the 21 budget are planning efforts relating to undergrounding of the main electrical lines in Original Town. We would be looking at the actual construction project in 2022 with some town funds combined with some funds from Excel. We're looking at new play structures or shade structures for playgrounds throughout the community over the next several years. Working with a developer, Downtown Superior, 2 new parks in Downtown Superior next to Coal Creek. We're looking at a continued 6-figure investment in our cultural arts and events activities throughout town, as well as new xeriscape improvements at $100,000 a year. Additional material capital projects, and these are on the water and the wastewater side that are funded predominantly with those tap fees we talked about earlier, is continuing efforts, beginning preliminary construction efforts on the town's long-term water storage reservoir, which we reference as Windy Gap. So those efforts will continue in 2021. So those are essentially highlights of some of the budget items to enhance fiscal stability, business retention, providing excellent public services. We need to, in order to do this, we need some staffing changes, obviously, between staff and consultants and board direction. That's how we get things done here. So as mentioned earlier, we're looking at enhancing our economic development efforts with the hiring of a manager to oversee those activities. We're also looking at hiring a sustainability analyst to help us with those town-wide efforts. And then again, to activate and to staff the new community center, we will need some part-time staffing, thousands of hours actually of part-time staffing to be managed by our current regular full-time staff for that particular operation. And to give the board right now a snapshot of staffing changes over the 5-year plan through 2025, we'll probably be needing an additional Boulder County Sheriff Deputy based on call volume because of the addition of parkland. We're looking at new parks tech. And then in 2024, we are looking at some additional civic space in downtown Superior and staffing of that particular civic space in 2024. The next board goal is engage residents through outreach and engagement. I'm not going.
Just before we read that last slide, I just had a quick comment. So I see that for next year we are contemplating another sheriff deputy. I would appreciate if we could just continue to have that open dialogue with the Boulder County Sheriff. I noticed in our last digest that our number of reports for last month nearly doubled. Obviously, we're seeing both anecdotal and Sheriff Pelley told us a 30% increase in crimes of opportunity. If there's any value in bringing this into 2021 somehow, and we need to discuss that, I think it's worthwhile. This is an area where there's certainly concern and trepidation within the community. So just want to make sure we have that open dialogue, and if there is value, bring it forward. It's something we should be considering. Thank you.
Yep, so noted. Thank you, Ken. Again, a takeaway slide, just talking about the myriad of outreach and engagement efforts we have. And, you know, it seems we always expand this list on an annual basis, depending on what the needs are in the community and the opportunities that are out there as well. Fourth goal is open space. Obviously, we had a major accomplishment with the acquisition of the property on the south part of town this year. We will continue our coordination efforts, maintenance, and education efforts with Boulder County, and with the contributions, conservation contributions from Jefferson and Boulder County, that, you know, will potentially allow for some additional funds, not material, a couple $100,000 a year, that could be used for future acquisitions. So again, positive news there.
Hey, just a quick question, Paul, and I apologize. I'm like a page behind you. On page 19, you mentioned the Comcast Channel 8 programming, and obviously this is a line item that's been here for a long time, but we haven't streamed anything on Channel 8 in 7 or 8 months. Is that correct? Like, none of these meetings any longer on Zoom are going out on Channel 8, are they?
Martin, can you comment on that? I do not know.
Thanks, Paul. Yes, Trustee Shaw, the meetings that have been recorded in Zoom have been scheduled for broadcast and have been on our regular schedule. I think probably since April or May.
Okay.
The staff has had a chance to work with some AV consultants that have helped us schedule that as a result of some of the work that Paul and his staff did in order to upgrade our TriCaster and some of the equipment that we had in order to broadcast, and we've been able to do that. It's been great to do.
Great. No, because I mean, I don't have Comcast, so I don't know. I'd heard that we weren't on Channel 8 any longer, but that may be a legacy comment from when we switched to Zoom. So thank you.
Well, I guess one follow-up, the live meetings might have been the comment that you heard.
Yeah.
All of the meetings that are recorded on Zoom are replayed on a regular schedule.
Okay, so I guess I misunderstood you. So right now, the meeting we're having right now is not on Comcast Channel 8. You can only, you know, dial in live via the web.
Correct.
So then so I got to ask the question. I mean, why bother? I mean, if you can't stream it live on TV, what value is Channel 8 providing us any longer?
I guess I can.
It's a rhetorical question. I apologize. I mean, it's just, I guess I got to scratch my head on that one. I'm not sure the real-time aspect is lost if you can't actually real-time in on a TV.
Just to play devil's advocate, I've heard from residents in the past that they enjoy watching the meetings when they have a chance on Channel 8 and they don't use a computer. Okay. It's just been an amenity that the town has provided for the folks that do choose to do that. And it's something that we will plan to continue doing until we receive some direction otherwise.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Martin.
Mm-hmm.
I quickly went through open space. Any comments on our open space efforts? Fifth goal of the board is promote and manage development opportunities. Obviously, we will continue to work with our consultant, with our new economic development manager, with priorities on revitalization and infill, not only in Superior Marketplace, but in the Rock Creek development anchored by Safeway. We'll integrate both those developments with the development opportunities in downtown Superior. So again, very excited with the budgeting of that new manager position to continue this particular goal, enhancing this goal. And then encouraging environmental sustainability, obviously continue to work with ACES and their particular programs. The town continues to sponsor a half dozen potable water conservation efforts for our residents, and this will be this goal will be enhanced, obviously, with the addition of the new sustainability analyst position. So again, some brief connections of budget to goals, and briefly some of the assumptions we're using in building this particular budget. We are fortunate that we continue to have a stable revenue base of property taxes, and that's complemented by not only new construction, but continuing increasing property values of the existing parcels in town. We talked about, next slide please, Jeff, talked about property tax rates, lowering of the interchange property tax rate, the town's rate. We are proposing to continue the over 4 mill levy credit that has been in place for a decade and a half. So no change in the proposed town or town library mill levy. As it relates to the primary revenue source for most town operations, that would, next slide please, Jeff, for sales tax revenues. We're again very fortunate in this very chaotic, disjointed, economic time that we're in right now, that we've seen very, very strong sales tax growth in 2020. Obviously, we're not anticipating that to increase into 2021, but as a result of those strong revenues, the strong and quality vendors that we have generating sales tax revenues, we're able to provide these myriad of services for our constituents. Just to give folks a reminder of how important sales and use tax revenue is to fund our operations between, and we're looking generally at the gray color of this pie chart, but for our general fund operations, 55 to 60% are funded through sales and use taxes. On our capital program and our open space program, almost 100%. Next slide, please, Jeff. 100% of the revenues come from sales and use tax revenue. So obviously, absolutely essential for providing services for folks in town. Every year we review with the board our governmental fee structure. We're proposing some minor changes to that structure. One is providing a preliminary fee schedule for the new community center. We're anticipating that may be adjusted as we move forward. There are other minor fee adjustments here, nothing to speak of. Staff had initially proposed for the first time in 17, 18 years, an increase in our landscape maintenance fee. This is the $30 a month fee that single family residents pay for the enhanced landscaping throughout the community. Again, that's the same fee since the town took over this operation in 2004. We were originally proposing a 3% increase in 2021 for this particular fee, but based on some feedback we received from the board, we're proposing actually that we have no fee increase in 2021 to help mitigate any fiscal burdens that COVID-19 is causing with our residents. And in fact, though, we will need to recover that 3% fee increase in 2022 and 2023. So we're looking at a 4.5% increase in both of those years for this particular fee instead of the previously proposed 3%.
So Paul, both slides 28 and 29, my comments kind of on both. In both scenarios where you guys graciously acknowledge my desire to not increase any fees in 2020, the corresponding action is that we gotta make it up, and how you make it up is driven somewhat by the reserve policy. So on the sewer, we have a 75% reserve policy, and if we drop that to 70%, you don't have to ratchet 22, 23 up to 5%. It could be something less than that. And I don't want to sidetrack this conversation for 2022, but I want to at least acknowledge the fact that we, between the finance committee and the board, need to look at our reserve policy, soup to nuts, top to bottom, and see how they compare to other communities. Because I'm not in favor of dropping it in 2020 if we've got to just jack it up in I'm not in favor of dropping it in 2021 if we've got to recoup it all in 22 and 23. I think there are more degrees of freedom here than our reserve policy allows for. But again, it's not a 2021 budget item. It's something I want to discuss later.
Yeah, Neil, I also want the finance committee to look at what was promised to the community 8 or 10 years ago when we signed off on downtown Superior. And what was promised to the community at that time was that there would be annual inflationary increases after 2019. So I support the waiving of this for 2021, but I like your point that you're making that, bumping this up in 2022, 2023, feels like, we're just kicking the can, which, I don't like. And B, this is not consistent with what we promised the community 8 or 10 years ago. And things change, and we have the ability to change things. But I think if we tell somebody we're not going to increase your taxes in 2020, I don't want to go with zero because, we went with zero because of the COVID effect. And I think that's the right decision. But I don't like the fact we're budgeting for 7.5, 2 years in a row, and then 5% for sewer.
So to add a opposing viewpoint on this, I still don't understand why we're pushing this off a year. Based off the numbers that Paul gave for the landscape fee, we're looking at between 60 cents and 90 cents a month per household. So we're talking about $10.80 across an entire year. It's an incredibly nominal amount, even if somebody is impacted by COVID issues. And frankly, that's why if people start to go behind on bills, they have the ability to contact town staff and work through billing issues. Because frankly, if they're having problems paying a $10.80 increase, there's other issues they probably need to work with and a broader range with bills they have with the town. So it's a conversation that's going to happen no matter what. So the whole kicking the can down the road doesn't do a lot. And it's the same conversation with the sewer increase. If you multiply that $1.54 across 12 months, we're looking at $18.48. So another nominal amount. And again, I totally agree. We should go back. Let's take a look at the reserve policy. But even if we adjust our reserve policy, that's still just a one-time bump. It's a one-time change, because once we then use that money from assuming we reduce the amount that's in the reserve, at some point we're going to have to increase this again. So right now we have no necessarily strong indicator that we will change our reserve policy. So I would default back to what our operators and town staff are suggesting initially. And we keep the fee schedule as was initially proposed.
I would agree. I'd really like us to keep the fee schedule as initially proposed. I think most residents are really not looking at these details. They're not going to see that it's 0% this year and it's 7.5% next year. They're just all of a sudden next year going to say, what happened? This went up. And I don't care if we get negative feedback. That's not my point, but more that it allows people to budget better if it's already there versus going up in the future.
Yep, agreed with Ken and Laura.
I agree. And that reduces the impact for 2022. I agree.
I'm fine with that as well.
So if I were to summarize, we will then increase landscape fee by 3% next year in 2021, with anticipated 3% increases in 22 and 23, not the 4.5% increases. We will increase sewer in 2021 by 5%, and then the plan increases in 22 and 23 will drop from 7.5% to 5%. And as a note, as it relates to these utility rates, we're talking about a sewer rate increase, but I'd also like to note, and we'll get to this in a future slide, that we're not proposing any increases in our water utility, and nor have we had any since 2017, or our storm utility, nor have we had any since 2015. And as a result, currently our average utility bills are 15 to 25% lower than our neighbors. So yes, a 5% sewer increase, individually is above inflation, but when you factor that in with no increase in water, no increase in storm, it's actually, probably 1.5% to 2% increase in total utility bill. So again, more manageable. So unless I hear, so again, 3% increase in landscape fee, as well as a 5% increase in sewer. Okay, hearing hopefully no objections to that. Yeah, we talked about the remaining utility increases, and there are none other than we had some inflationary increases in our one-time water and sewer connection fees that builders will pay to connect to our system. We have always given a brief debt summary of what's going on, and the town continues to aggressively pay down its outstanding debt. We're looking at over $4.6 million in principal payments in 2021. Over the 5-year planning horizon, we will have 3 additional debts paid off. Our Superior Urban Renewal Authority debt will be paid off in 2022, end of 2022, no, beginning, excuse me, of 2022. What that does is it frees up over $2 million in additional monies that will flow to the general fund. Our interchange debt is paid off in 2024. This will result in lower property taxes for businesses within Superior Marketplace. And then our first phase of utility debt that was issued back in the 90s to build our water and our sewer plant, as well as acquire our water rights, that will be paid off in 2025, continuing to allow us to have stable, if no, rate increases. And then for long-term debt obligations, we will be looking at this Windy Gap project, and it will not appear on our books as debt, but essentially we will have a roughly $1.6 million annual payment for 25 years or so for our contribution for that particular project. And the town hall expansion project, this was another change made from, I think, the last version of the budget that the board saw. Initially, this project was planned in 2021. Staff is now proposing to delay this project until 2022. It would require debt financing for this project. What we thought is in 2021, we could continue to have additional dialogue with the board, with the community on this project, and fine tune how this project looks. So that was the decision of delaying this project by 1 year, but again, needing to debt finance the project. And then again, of interest, and this is again the takeaway, we look at kind of the town's current debt load. The town's high point in outstanding debt was 2006. We had over $71 million in debt. And you can see we have aggressively paid that down. And recently, with the purchase of and the remodel of the community center, the material improvements we're making at the sewer plant, the acquisition of open space, we're reinvesting in our community. So that's why you'll see a bump in outstanding debt beginning in 2020, but again, aggressively starting to pay that debt down again. And again, this is if in fact there's any time to issue debt with the current market rates, interest rates, now's the time to do it. But again, we don't look at doing it haphazardly. Is that it, Jeff? I think that's probably the last summary. So again, the intent of this presentation was to cover the 4 different entities which you will be sitting on and voting on this evening. It obviously probably only touched on 5% of the entire budget that you reviewed. Staff is here to answer any lingering questions you may have as it relates to the budget.
All right, thank you. Paul, final questions or any more questions?
So, and I'll just continue. Paul, thanks. As usual, you did a really nice job. And for your staff who was scrambling, pulling up the presentation, you guys did great. We've all been there in our day jobs, and I'm sure there was some scrambling behind the scenes. You guys did great. Thank you for that. So I think you guys know where I am around the 1.5 million that got accelerated from 2023 to, then to 2022 and now to 2021. I just can't see, given our current financial situation, given the uncertainty with COVID, given the need to reinvest in economic development, I cannot see why we're prioritizing that. So the same way we finished the conversation with Paul around the increases around some of the utilities, I'd like to finish that conversation so we're not moving back. I think there's probably a couple other conversations we need to have, but I don't think none as financially material as that. So you guys know where I am. I don't know where other people are. If I'm the minority, then we don't need to have an exhaustive conversation, but I'm not yet convinced why we've accelerated that.
I think we accelerated because we've got the housing development that's getting accelerated faster than we initially thought. That is our southern connection to downtown Superior. The commitment to economic development, part of that is making decisions like these to make these connections to get people in there. If we continue to, I don't think we have a choice. We made the choice to build or to route the traffic through the south down Promenade. And I think the good news is that housing development is continuing on a rapid pace. And we need to do our part in support access to that, both from a construction standpoint and then resident standpoint. And that's also going to be the southern access to downtown. So it's, I think that it's absolutely essential that we put it into next year's
Yeah,
budget.
Clinton, I'm not trying to revisit a decision. I'm just, we absolutely have a choice around when these things are layered in. You know, it was helpful. I started getting wrapped around the axle today around revenue versus expenses for downtown, right? And at build out, when you net out the revenue around interest payments, the most revenue we're ever going to see at full build out with all hotels, everything that was designed in 2013 is about $2.5 million. And we have about $1.5 million in ongoing expenses that were budgeted 8 or 10 years ago. So we had about $1 million per year between revenue and expenses that were going to help pay for some of the debt service and some of the other things that were happening. So when we look at this just complete unbudgeted $1.5 million thing, I agree. The town has made the decision it needs to be done. I'm just not sure. We don't have a downtown core that if we get people downtown, they're going to buy, you know, more beer and more tacos. There is no beer to be had. Well, I guess there's a couple beers, but that road is not going to connect all the way through to the shops and restaurants because the downtown core is not going to be completed. This is simply an exit for homes that don't yet exist that will not be revenue producing. So there's tough decisions that need to be made. And I just don't agree with the assessment that we don't have a choice on the decision. Of course we have a choice on the decision. We do not need to spend this money next year. And Alex's comment around, well, the construction vehicles can use it, to me was like the least compelling argument ever. They could build a temporary road, drive on the temporary road all day long. I don't want construction vehicles, and maybe what he meant was the workers, but I certainly don't want the construction vehicles driving on our brand new road. The same way I don't want the construction vehicles driving on our newish Main Street, and they've done a pretty nice job building the temporary road. So I think they could have a temporary road to go in and out. I was not convinced on that one.
I guess from my perspective, we had originally planned on building this road in 2020, and then it got pushed out, and then it was getting pushed out even further to coincide with the timeline that was specified by Toll Brothers. And now that we have additional information from Toll Brothers, we're changing that once again to coincide with their plans. From my perspective, this project is just going to get more expensive if we do it in the future. And it also has the potential to be disruptive to the new neighborhood that's being built currently right there, Lanterns Lane. So if we can get the construction going while Lanterns Lane is still being constructed, rather than when Lanterns is completed and then all of a sudden there's a road being built right in their backyard, I think that that's preferable as far as I'm concerned, because it's less of an impact to the residents who are now living in that community. There's going to be dust, there's going to be noise. It's not going to be as attractive. And, I think it would be better for them to just move into that neighborhood with the road already being completed. And this is a road that we're going to build one way or the other. I think we can budget for it now. I mean, it's kind of like the similar conversation that we were having with the town hall expansion, when we didn't do that a couple of years ago, and now we looked at it and the budget's more expensive because time has passed and the numbers just continue to go up. So I just don't see a compelling reason not to do it now. And I do see actually some compelling reasons to do it now.
They're good reasons, Mark. Thank you. Thanks for your feedback.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add to what Mark said is, one of the reasons why I torpedoed this a year ago is, for the life of me, I couldn't see or I couldn't justify building a road 3.5 years before Toll was going to use it. At the time after we approved the Toll project, they didn't have line of sight to needing that road until 2023, and we hadn't heard or seen, and we still haven't heard or seen anything from Ranch to just suggest that downtown could generate, the revenue that it would need with that additional street, because we still haven't seen the downtown core. But anyways, the fact that Toll has moved their schedule forward is good news for us from the simple perspective of they're building it out faster. So, my commitment early on was to make sure that this road synced up with when it was actually going to be used, which ultimately is 2021. I mean, I would prefer a harder, use of the road, because my strong feeling is that we're going to finish this road a year from now, and no one's going to be able to drive through to downtown because it's going to continuously get blocked because of construction activity. And, it is what it is. And the same thing would have probably happened in 2023. But the only reason I'm in support of it is that, Toll moved their schedule up. Otherwise, I would have been all for getting this thing done in 2023 as planned.
And Neil, helpful. The only thing I'd just comment, the revenue for downtown will never pay for this road.
Fair point.
Right.
That's fair. I do agree.
I do have one concern, or well, just a question that I want to pose to Paul. So essentially what we're doing is removing $1.5 million from our reserves for a single year to pay for this. Obviously our reserve amount was set for a reason. And I suppose the question to you is, given the uncertainty of what could happen between now and a year from now, do you feel comfortable removing this $1.5 million from our reserves and moving forward with this plan?
Short answer, yes. There obviously is always a risk. This is not unprecedented. This actually happened when we acquired years ago the Richmond 15 property. We had to dip into reserves. We were again down to about 60% of reserves. We were able to recover within a year. And based on all the information we have right now, it's a viable financial plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else?
Anyone
Okay.
else on Promenade or on anything relating to the budget? I want to be careful. I don't.
I guess both. Promenade.
Obviously, no more questions on Promenade, and I disagree with the rest of the consensus with increasing the landscape fees and the utility fees, but I don't. I'm it is what it is, right? I'm one person here. I'd rather that we think about the optics of raising fees in a year that we don't actually have to. This community, this budget, it can withstand a year without a budget increase, without a line item increase. And I think it's we have the ability. We're that 1/3 municipality that has actually weathered the COVID storm to date, and I think we can share that out with our community. That's fine. The other aspect, and I brought this up a couple of weeks ago with respect to the chamber funding, and one of my thoughts here, because I think we've historically funded the chamber at $15,000 per year, and that $15,000, as I mentioned in the last meeting, reflected our $10,000 sort of our fee for our high level participation with the chamber, and then an additional $5,000 to support the events. We gave them an extra $25,000 this year as an accelerator for projects that they had defined for us. Now, the additional monies that they're asking for 2021, I don't know that have been truly defined for us, but what we should do is keep our contribution at the chamber at $15,000 as it has historically been, tied specifically back to our membership fee and in the assistance and budgets, and put the balance into an economic budget, our economic incentives budget. And if the chamber needs $20,000, they can apply for that separate from the existing $15,000. And it would be no different than when one of our other committees asked for additional money. They got to provide a work plan and specificity in terms of what it is that they're going to do. And to date, I'm still struggling with the extra acceleration capital that we gave them in 2020 and what that has been able to do for the chamber. So my only point here, and I'm going to be done talking about the chamber for now and for the next year with respect to funding, is let's just carve it into two separate buckets. One is tied back to how we have funded them historically, and the other is a separate budget for which we can sort of ask for tracking, ask for a work plan, as we would in any other organization.
Okay, I'm going to strongly disagree. I think we've talked about the chamber ad nauseum, and I thought we settled this in the work session. So I'm going to stick with what's in the budget.
Yeah, I agree. I think we made some asks of the chamber for them to identify a separate account for them to segregate the funds that we're going to be giving to them. They agreed to do so. And, this is a relationship that I think we've been fostering over many years. I think it's a good one. I think that the chamber has done exceptional work with, the COVID relief that they've given to the community. And at the end of the day, I don't think that this is necessarily a significant amount of money, to us, but it is significant to the chamber that I don't think it necessarily warrants kind of overthinking it. So I'm still supportive of the full $30,000 ask to the chamber, subject to the conditions that it would be put into the account that would be separately segregated.
I may have misunderstood. Neil, did you propose a reduction, or you just proposed?
No, I acknowledge the fact that, reducing it is not something the board's in favor of right now. I'm in support of the 30K with the caveat that 15K stays in the chamber line as it has historically all the way through 2020, and the other 15K be in an economic development line, which already includes, a new head being added, so that we recognize the additional 15K for what it is. It's economic development. We agreed to provide additional funding to the chamber this year with the sort of foresight that we want additional economic development. The 15K line item really reflects our membership fee and, sort of straight 5K in cash to help us with the events. It's a fixed line item. The other 15K optically is truly what we want it to be, economic development. So all I'm suggesting is that we separate it out in the budget, so we acknowledge it for what it is and we track it accordingly.
I think I understand your request, and it seems reasonable. I guess I'm not sure why Clint and Mark didn't like that request, but
No, my understanding of what Neil's proposal was to pull that the chamber would only get 15, and that 15 would go to some other non-chamber economic development fund. If the chamber is still getting the full 30K that they're asking for, but we're just essentially earmarking 15K of that in a separate line item, I could be supportive of that.
And that was my thought for 2021. Yeah.
I just feel like we're getting way into the weeds of what we need to be doing on the chamber's side of how they are managing and spending their money. I mean, we've made the request that it not be spent for political purposes, and I think I'm satisfied that they're not going to spend the town money on political purposes, and they're going to do other things with it. I don't see the need to carve up their contribution in all these different ways. I'm supportive of the way it's written in the budget.
I agree. And I think we've already spent so much time talking about this money for the chamber in our last meeting. I really thought we already came to consensus, and I'm disappointed that we're now trying to go back and essentially put further stipulations on them.
So hold on, I am not talking about any stipulation on the chamber. I'm in agreement tacitly for the 30K. What I am talking about is separating out what it is we are giving the chamber, so it doesn't look like a 30,000 line item on our budget right now, and that we carve it out specifically for what we expect from the chamber. 15K reflects our membership fee and benefit to the budget, to helping us with events. The other 30K that we gave them this year had a specific attribute. It was economic development, and they have asked for an additional 15K for next year, which arguably is for economic development. So I am not saying we're going to give them less, not this year, not next year. I'm talking about on our side, we'd be very specific about who we're giving money to and for what specific purpose, so that when someone comes back 2 years from now and looks back on our budget and says, why'd you give 30,000 to the chamber? And we look at each other and say, I don't remember.
I think it's fine to say we're not trying to reduce what we're giving them, but we're absolutely putting stipulations on how it can be spent. So, and if the board wants to do that, that's fine. I personally do not support trying to tell them exactly how it should be spent.
So maybe I'm just misunderstanding. I don't think Neil's suggestion comes with any additional conditions on spending. I didn't hear that, and maybe I'm misunderstanding still.
No, and maybe I am, but that's what I just heard, is that we want to divide it into 2 line items, one for economic development and one for general chamber. Is that right, Neil?
So from the beginning of time through 2019, we gave the budget 15, we gave the chamber 15,000. And that was tied specifically back to our membership fee and 5,000 that we gave them because of all the assistance they provided on the events that we held. They came to us a year ago, so they needed additional money to help redesign their website and transition from, you know, the 4 Ps and all that before, right? But we throw it into our budget as a line item of 30K, 40K, right? So, you know, if any of us look back on that, we don't quite remember what that is for. But what we should have done was separate out, you know, the sort of brass tacks of 15K, and the additional 25K that they asked for, we should have, you know, thrown it into a budget on our side that reflects why it is that we're giving the chamber additional cash. They came to us, they asked for additional money, which would ultimately lead to economic development. Because I mean, if we're just giving the chamber money because they asked them to, I have a whole different, you know, set of issues with that. If they're asking for money because it's going to lead to economic development and a more robust business, then I have no problem with calling it an economic development grant to the chamber. But if we are,
sorry, go ahead, Neil. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
no, I am.
Okay. I mean, I just see it as, I mean, there's a whole debate about this when it comes to nonprofits recently with how do you donate to a nonprofit? Do you donate for a specific purpose, or do you let them do what they think is the best thing with it, given that they are on the ground? And I definitely subscribe to the latter philosophy. I think that the chamber knows kind of what the best use of their funds is for chamber activities. I think we've done a great job already communicating to them what value we want to see, what we want them to do. And I think we have a great partnership with the chamber. So I would like to give them the discretion to not have it broken up line item by line item, but particularly in this year when COVID is impacting everyone's businesses in very unforeseen ways, I don't want to dictate to them they must spend, you know, $10,000 on this and $10,000 on that. I really like that we have we've done our due diligence. We've asked what they're going to spend it on, and they've told us that, but I don't want to force them to stick to that if business changes in the next year. I think the appropriate thing to do is next year when they come to us for a budget request, that's a great opportunity for us to say, how did you spend it last year? And if we truly feel it was mismanaged, we have the option to change what we give them next year. But I would rather give them some leeway.
And that's, I guess, where I'm struggling, right? Because we have asked them, where did you spend the money this year? And we have not got an answer.
Unfortunately, Mark actually asked that exact question last year, because I went back and rewatched it today. Mark's question last year was, please give us a 5-year plan so we don't have to have this conversation every year, right? I mean, and it was a good, you know, now we have a 3-year, it's not quite a plan, it's the beginning of a strategic goal. And I forget exactly what TJ called it, but I'm not sure what we're disagreeing over. I think there's consensus of the funds. I think, and Laura, I know what you're disagreeing with. I think there's consensus with the funds. I don't think there's anything underhanded here. I appreciate the chamber's support to our current businesses, their offer to help for economic development. And economic development to me isn't just growth. Economic development is supporting of our current tax base and our current businesses and their current membership. And they have membership outside of Superior, which is fine. And we should support those members. And I think it makes sense to call it a couple different line items. So, and Laura, if it's an interesting philosophical debate, yes, if I was donating, my donations to nonprofits don't move the needle for nonprofits, but if I was making a donation to a nonprofit that had a 15, 20% of the revenue, and I don't exactly recall what our revenue is, but let's just call it 10% of the revenue for the chamber, I would care how that nonprofit was spending my money. But I agree, generally, if I make a nominal donation to a nonprofit, it's up to them. I made the donation because I support them. This one just feels a little different. And I think Neil's suggestion is is not good. I mean, is not bad, and you know, I'm supportive.
And I think the whole, all we're talking about is an accounting function. What do we call this $15,000? Do we call it economic development, or do we call it Chamber of Commerce line item? It doesn't change how the Chamber of Commerce can spend it. It doesn't add any strings. All it does is just communicate to our residents and anybody else who uses our budget what our intent and our planning is. And it just shows that we're investing an extra $15,000 into economic development. And in my mind, that is what the intent of this $15,000 is. That's why we support the chamber for economic development purposes. So I have no objections to that suggestion. I actually do think that is a better description of why we're supporting that ask.
I'm fine with delineating it that way in our budget. I just wanted to confirm that we are not trying to put any strings on what we're telling the chamber to do with it.
I didn't think we were.
Okay.
You know, that's your.
If that's the case, I'm fine with breaking it out that way.
With the only caveat that there be a work plan that supports it. I mean, and that's a piece that, you know, I think we got a high level work plan. And that's the only thing that we have. I mean, if you take CAPS, for example, and I know this is another discussion item for tonight, you know, we have a art mobility plan, an art plan that is very specific about how 150K is going to get spent each year in you know, broad, in very narrow strokes. I haven't seen that from the chamber for 2020 on the additional 25,000 on what that was going to get them or what they're going to do with it. Even in you know, 5 buckets. What are the 5 things they plan to spend money on? As now that we're 9 months into the year, what were the 9 things that they did spend money on? And as we go into 2021, what are the broad strokes of what they want to do with the 15K? And I guess I haven't seen that. So, but that being said, I'm not tying a bunch of restrictions under the 15K other than communication and dialogue around what the plans are and what the intents are and what the actual, you know, after the fact, what actually was done with the funds.
Okay, while I'm still not convinced, I am convinced that we need to move on. So let's make it a line item and move on. Paul, is that clear how that's to be done?
It is 2 line items, both budgets for Chamber of Commerce. One, I think I heard it was just general support, and one was economic development support. So each will have a $15,000 budget, and that's how it will appear in the budget.
Okay.
I'm just very confused. Are we telling the chamber that either of these funds is contingent on them providing us with a plan? That's where it's sounding like there's a stipulation, Neil.
Well, wasn't that an outstanding ask? I thought we've always had just an ask for communication. How do you want to use this money, and how did you spend the money once
We absolutely have. My question is, to Neil's point, it hasn't been provided yet. So are we saying we're not dispersing those funds until it's provided?
So
That's what I'm not getting.
yeah, I mean, I'm done asking that question. I've been asking it for 2 months. I'm done. So if anybody else on the board feels that we need more specificity on how it was spent in 2019, by all means, go ahead. But I haven't seen it, and you know, it gives me, you know, from my real world job, this is unacceptable. You know, if you'd ask somebody 6 weeks ago to provide you the details of what you spent money on, and they haven't been able to do it, it wouldn't stand, right? So that being said, I've made the argument, you know, on a number of times, and that is what it is.
I have no doubt that we'll be talking about this again next year. So I did not hear a condition for how to disperse the money. So it's in the budget, and I'm sure this will come up again next year. So, okay, other topics.
I'll take caps for 100,000, please, Mayor.
All right.
So next topic for discussion, caps. As I understand, so just by way of history, and so I'm the liaison, right? And spoiler alert, this is an ask for more money for caps. As I understand the history, we've had a few different iterations of the budget. The initial budget for caps was $150,000, would sync to the work plan. It was reduced by $100,000. And in that reduction to $100,000, during those 2 budget meetings, caps never had a chance to go back and have a committee meeting where they said, and here's what the budget is. I'm not sure, digested, at least I didn't fully digest that there wouldn't be a budget meeting between the committee meeting when CAPS talked about the budget reduction and this meeting. So now it's a little clunky because this is the stuff that's usually discussed in a work group, but I gave people a heads up a couple of weeks ago, so hopefully people are somewhat prepared to talk about this. So I'm going to be supportive of a $150,000 budget. We could talk about it for another 30 minutes, and I could go over the notes that I have from CAPS, a lot of reasons, and we'll have an extended dialogue. But if we could shortcut that extended dialogue, because there is hopefully unanimous support to mirror their budget to what's in their approved master plan, then we could shortcut those discussions. If anybody feels like they want to have those discussions, even if they don't want to tell me which way they feel, just give me the head nod and I'll go off my notes.
I'll go first. Or I'll let Ken go first.
Go for
it. So, I mean, my only issue, and I don't have a problem with 150 for 2021. My only issue is when we adopted the art master plan, it was a page in there about a long-term budget. I don't remember even actually having an open hearing to discuss the adoption of the art master plan. It is a plan. It's not set in stone with how we're going to spend money, and we didn't have a discussion around is this a plan we want to realize in 5 years, 3 years, or 10 years? What was in there was a 5-year plan, which is great. And I don't actually have a problem with it. My only issue was at no point did we ever have as a board a discussion around what is the right amount of spending annually to realize that plan. Because I could maybe we do 200 next year, 300. There's nothing to slow us down. My only issue is that we never had a discussion around what it should be. And then even within the 150, which it was last year, and if things go sideways, what's the delegation of authority with respect to CAPS to reallocating the money when events get canceled? And we need to have that conversation, because if things get canceled, there's still this 150 line item on the budget, but it actually has like 15 things in it. If you look at PROS, there's like 30 different line items in the budget. If one of them gets canceled, it goes away. That money can't be redeployed to something else. But with CAPS, we seem to be treating it differently, which I don't have a problem with. I just want to make sure that we're consistent and we have a conversation before we go down that path.
So Neil, I do want to just correct something. CAPS has no authority to spend any money. Right. Zero. They can't spend $1. Well, I suppose they could buy a cup of coffee or something, but they have no authority to redeploy that money. That's all. Staff is making those decisions. CAPS can make a recommendation, but staff is making those decisions, and any spending should be under
town manager.
And how Matt further doesn't say it's not authority. So I agree with everything you said. I don't want to leave anybody in the community with the impression that CAPS has a budget and they can spend money, because they can't spend $1.
So I agree with everything Neil said. I think the piece that I'm missing is, and I do support a bump up, but is where does that $50,000 come from? Because as we've already heard tonight, we are dipping into our reserves. So there's a question of, if we do bump it from 100 to 150, where do we get that 50? And I do have an idea, and where I'd like to get that money. But more specifically, I do want to make sure that if at the beginning of a year we see a CAPS work plan, and I'm not talking about the CAPS master plan, I'm talking about a CAPS work plan that says we are going to execute on A, B, C, and D. If because of COVID or whatever other reason D doesn't get done and E gets done instead, but we didn't know what E was on the work plan or whatever, I just want to make sure we get that feedback, because I don't think we got that feedback until decisions had already been made. And that's whether we're using the terminology of CAP spending authority or staff spending authority. I think it's just a communication up the chain, because I felt like I was in the dark with some of that this year. And then one of the things that was in the CAPS, or in the cultural arts master plan, was some discussion around, okay, how do we fund it, and the ability to go out and get grants and that sort of thing. And to date, as far as I know, there's been zero effort towards that. So that is an incredibly important piece that we need to start seeing traction on, whether that's staff, CAPS, a combination of both. I don't like the expectation that it's just going to be coming out of the town coffers every single year. I think we need to be putting in the legwork and the effort to find alternative funding sources, and that'll help speed along the CAPS master plan. And I do agree with you. If the number's 100, whatever, 150, 200, whatever it is, let's have the conversation. That way we can put together an implementation plan for the CAPS master plan, because that's all it was. To me, it was a planning document. And I don't know how we're going to implement it, because are we funding it at 100,000? So now it's an 8 or a 9 year plan, or are we going to fund it at 150? So I think that's a conversation we need to have, and maybe that's just a retreat topic down the line.
So Ken, I thank you for the comments. I'd suggest two takeaways on those comments that could both be captured in the work plan. Number one, the work plan makes it clear that there is no redirection or creation of a work plan, because CAPS is counting, we are budgeting for events the same way that we as a town decided to budget for the 4th of July, right? Because even though, hope for the best, plan for the worst, right? We are hoping that those events will occur. I think it's appropriate to put in their work plan, which they should be executing on, that number one, there is no rebalancing of those funds without some increased transparency, because thank you for the comment, and I agree. I'll own that we could have done better around being more transparent around some of those pivots that happened in near real time. And number two, let's ask them to put it on their work plan that we want to go out and seek some additional grants. We have somebody, Alex is a master at this grant program. Over the last 10, 15 years, Alex has just done an amazing job for our community. I don't think Alex is going to be writing the grants for cultural arts, but it's finding money. And I think asking Dina to partner with Alex, I think is a good thing for Matt to help us with, and having this be part of their work plan, where this isn't something that's a complete staff expectation. We want members of the community that sit on the subcommittee to also be focused on these grant programs. I think is a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just, I don't want my comments to be construed as degrading or denigrating to CAPS work. CAPS has done a phenomenal job, and it is noticeable throughout the entire community. So hats off, hat tip, fantastic job to CAPS. Now to the question of bumping up to 50K, which I am in support, 150K, sorry. I am supportive of it. Where do we find that 50K? In my mind, I'm gonna combine topics here. We have $50,000 allocated right now to design and planning for undergrounding. I think I made it incredibly clear my position at one of our budget meetings that I do not think it's appropriate for us to be taking on the responsibilities and financial obligations of other entities, especially when we have unmet expenses ourselves. We have projects out the door that we can't yet fund. And the fact that we're willing to take on project costs from Excel is just mind blowing to me. So if we could, let's just put that to bed right now. Let's move the 50,000 this year that is allocated to that, and that also adjusts an amount for next year, and that gives us the amount to bump CAPS up to 150. That's my proposed solution anyway.
Okay, anyone else?
It wasn't clear. I'm in full support of 150, but I got to digest what Ken just suggested. That's gonna. I definitely hear where you're coming from, Ken. It's definitely a reasonable sort of swizzle, but I'm not sure that I was ready to have that conversation.
So we
may need to take the trim somewhere else. Maybe if somebody could say supportive of the 150 contingent upon.
And this is a conversation that our items we wanted to talk about. This is an item I was going to talk about later. We can focus on CAPS, but it was something I'm going to bring up in the discussion with after we finish CAPS.
Great, thank you.
Paul, what's your recommendation on the where the additional funds will come from?
could come from trimming one or a number of other capital projects. That would be the easiest, and that way we wouldn't have to change the budget resolution and ordinance documents. Another approach would be to transfer an additional 50,000 from the general fund. And even another approach would actually put in a grant line, an offset grant line of $50,000 with the hope, with the expectation that we could receive some grant funding for those particular expenses next year. So those are, three potential options. I think we need to interject some level of reasonableness. I'm not sure grant funding in this day and age of COVID is really going to be available, but I don't know. But those are three suggestions.
Hey, Paul, since you're off mute, how do we get from 150 to 50 in the first place? I mean, 150 to 100 in the first place.
I may need Leslie to comment on that. I think, that was a budget, preliminary budget we received back from Park, Rec, and Open Space. I mean, it's not something arbitrarily the finance department made a determination on. Leslie, do you have any thoughts on that?
I am here. Sorry, just a minute. Get my mute button undone. I believe that was just part of our budget balancing for the year. There was no specific reasoning behind that. It was just a matter of making the math work out correctly.
Because at the end of the day, we're out of cash in 2021. We've got less than $20,000 left in the capital program. So, there had to be some adjusting and massaging throughout the entire capital budget.
So Paul, I mean, let me just repeat what you just said. If we add a line item for grants, for 50K to plug the hole, presumably if the grants come in, then we have 50K. If the grants do not come in, CAPS has 100K from the town to operate within. Is that sort of what you were suggesting?
I'm not, that could be one suggestion, yes.
Okay.
Another suggestion would be not to have it contingent upon, not the $150,000 budget be contingent upon 50,000 in grants. And if in fact grant revenue did not come in, we would find an additional funding source, i.e. an additional transfer from the general fund. But I always like the nexus of connecting, specific revenues with specific expenses. So I like that recommendation of 50 in grant revenue. And if it's not realized, then the expenditures go down by the like amount.
Well, the challenge there, of course, is it's not, there's not a spigot you could turn on and turn off so easily, So, I mean, that's like most expenditures. And so that would mean we're back to anyway, enough said.
Well, I'll just add a comment. I think if the majority of the board support of 150, we can make that adjustment to the budget. I think we can put in, I think Paul's suggestion of a grant revenue line for this is good as well. And then we can see where we're at in 2021. I mean, there's a number of things that happen. Budgets, some projects come under budget. Some projects don't move forward for some reason. And so, we can see where we're at in the middle of the year and determine, what adjustments might need to be made at that point.
We could plow the streets less, right?
Well,
joking. I'm joking.
Great. Okay. All right. Sounds like the board's just in agreement with that. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's.
Thank you.
Okay. Next topic.
Does anybody want me to go deeper into undergrounding and why I'm of that position? So because I brought up underground, we can go into that. So we got the question / follow-up from town staff from our last budget meeting a week or two ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Time's lost meaning in COVID. Anyway, and let me read it out to make sure we're all on the same page. I don't know how many of you actually have it open in front of you. In regard to undergrounding, it says that the final budget proposes a budget reduction in 2021 from 100,000 down to 50,000, and an additional reduction in 2022 from 1.25 million to 900,000. The current project scope is planning / design in 2021, and town funding needed to underground all main lines in 2022 using all available Excel undergrounding funds. Connections to individual homes will be the property owner's responsibility. So where I continue to land on this is the undergrounding of lines, that is Excel's responsibility. And yes, Excel will put forward funds that they have to accelerate that, but at the end of the day, this is an Excel responsibility, not a town of Superior responsibility. So for us to volunteer to spend $50K this year and $900,000 next year to take on a responsibility of a corporation, it makes no sense. We have streets that aren't getting built or getting repaved. We don't have a plan for retiring and bringing into effect a new pools or refurbishing our pools or any type of long range planning. I mean, we have our own needs to continue to kick around the idea of spending almost $1 million for a responsibility that is a corporation's. Just, it doesn't make fiscal sense. And I am happy to go to the mat and have conversations with Excel and see what we can do to bring forward more of those funds sooner if we can. If there's anything we can do to think creatively to help our residents, just like we would do with developers or Rocky Mountain Fire or any other entity that impacts our residents, we go and we advocate for them and we put forth alternative plans. But for us to take on their obligations, that's not a step we normally take. And I can't believe it's a step that we're considering. So I think it's appropriate for us to stop considering that step and take the position that we will work with Excel to get this done as soon as humanly possible. But for us to take on that obligation, it's inappropriate.
I guess I see it a little bit differently. I see it as it's really an investment in the community, and we invest different things in different parts of the community. That's the original part of town, and had they had the foresight then to put the lines underground, they probably would have, but that is an option that's available, and where it's been done down there, it's just makes it much nicer, much safer, and I think that's, if we all had it to do over again, that's what we would do. So I guess I hear what you're saying, Ken, but I take a little bit different position. And I think the plan that staff came up with to study it this year and have a modest investment next year to get it done is, to me, makes sense.
So the only thing I'll counter with, to make sure that anybody listening is on the same page, investing in our community is vitally important. I absolutely agree with it. But we have another entity who will be taking on that investment. This is going to get done. It's their responsibility to do it. So really, we're just paying our own funds to do it quicker. So I see it as a little bit different than, say, building a park. And I think $900,000 is not necessarily a modest investment. We're spending $200,000 to refurbish the playground at Purple Park. We could be refurbishing playgrounds all over the place, or taking on any number of other projects for $900,000. So just want to make sure we're talking apples to apples here.
I think this is a really good point that you raise, Ken, and I appreciate the fact you're bringing it up, because I don't think we've actually had the discussion about this specific issue. We've had the discussion about the undergrounding fund and taking advantage of the undergrounding fund. But one point that I just wanted to just challenge you on is, you made the assertion that this is not a responsibility and that this will get done at any rate. And I guess I agree that it's not our responsibility, but I don't think that it's going to get done, right? Like, unless we actually lead on this issue and we push Excel.
it will get done. They have a funding plan for it. It's just their funding plan comes at a slower rate. So it's going to get done. It just
I have not heard anything from Excel that says that they have a plan to do the undergrounding independent of any help from the town or any push from the town.
that's not true. Craig Eicher came and spoke to us a year and a half ago. The funding is available. They just make it available 3 years in advance. And the amount that we are asking to pay, or we are budgeting to pay, is just to pay for things that are more than that 3 years in advance that they're willing to give us the funds for. I mean,
Right. No, but there's an undergrounding fund that is dedicated to the town, and we can borrow ahead on that undergrounding fund for 3 years. But Excel is not going to just unilaterally go ahead and do this undergrounding unless we elect to do so. So, we could wait in 3 years and then have potentially, I guess, additional funds to borrow ahead, to do the project at that point, because, we can only borrow ahead 3 years. So we'll be accruing additional amounts in that undergrounding fund for the 3 years. And then we can borrow ahead for an additional 3 years, 3 years from now.
Right.
But Excel is not going to just say, you know what, we've got this, guys. We're going to just go ahead and do the undergrounding of
If
all
I
of
could
the original
interject
town.
for a second, I mean, I think part of it is, somewhere we skipped between when we had this conversation back in January and staff laid out 4 different options. We seem to have skipped to option 2, which, the town bears half the cost. Option 4 was you could do north of Coal Creek. We could have done it this year, but we didn't. And then in that same option 4, you would do south of Coal Creek in 2025. And the total cost of the town for both of those was about $65,000. By not making a decision at the beginning of January, we didn't do anything, and we are where we are. There's more money in the borrow ahead and the reserve fund, so to speak. So you're probably looking at a 2021 project and a 2024 project. But we haven't had that conversation, as Ken alluded to. I mean, we talked about this way back in January, and then it showed up in the budget. And staff very well laid out 4 plans for us. And at some point, the decision seems to have been made to go to option 2. And I'm in Ken's camp. I don't know that we have to. I don't see any issue with option 4.
Yeah, and Mark, just to clarify, I was oversimplifying. We will have to take action. We will have to do things. My point is, let's not use the town's funds. Let's use Excel's funds, because Excel is going to continue to make those funds available for this project. That is their role to do it. So I'm not saying Excel is just going to walk in and do it. That's not going to happen. There's a process that will take place. We'll have to do something. I'm saying let's not put our funds into it and take that obligation off of Excel's books. Let's go on the timeline that Excel will allow the funds to be released so we can get the project done when the funding becomes available to us.
And Excel allows us to use this fund, but Craig was very unsure of what happens when we've undergrounded everything in town. They're still going to continue accruing funds in this post 2027, 2028, and that's maybe the conversation we have with them. In the sense that because at that point they're going to be accruing funds that we're never going to have any use for, but maybe we can leverage that for an acceleration. But I think, and I guess I missed the part of the process where we chose to do option 2. Because I'm kind of in the place as Ken.
No, and I agree, and I appreciate that, Ken and Neil. When we had this discussion, I said then that I thought it makes sense for us to do whatever we can to take advantage of as much of Excel's money as possible. And yeah, Neil, you're absolutely right. They didn't give us a clear answer. Like once we finish all the undergrounding, it's not like we're continuing to accrue money that's dedicated for the town of Superior's benefit. It's just going to be in an undergrounding fund that they're going to be deploying for other communities to do undergrounding. And that's fine. That's their program. It's their money that we're benefiting from. But generally speaking, I'm directionally supportive of taking advantage of as much of Excel's money and not unnecessarily spending the town's money just to advance a project, this year, if we could have more of the project paid for by waiting a year or 2 or 3.
So what's in the underground fund now? I think we'd be able to do south of Coal Creek in 2022 using all of, or no, it wouldn't, a good majority of what's in the fund currently. And then north of Coal Creek, looking at the numbers, it would be, if we wanted just to use Excel undergrounding funds, be more around 2028, 2029, before I think we'd get close to covering the costs of north of Coal Creek with just Excel undergrounding funds.
Which I'm supportive of that direction.
I guess I'm confused as far as why it slipped out from what was presented to us in January as basically to do it in 2020 and 2025, and why it slipped out to a 2021 and a 2028 project. I guess I'm
looking at, you know, the funds generated about 120, just over 120,000 a year in additional funds each year. And the cost, the latest cost that I saw for north of Coal Creek, you know, I just have out to 2025 in my spreadsheet, but that's 1.2 million. You know, doing south of Coal Creek in 2022 would reduce the fund down to, you know, just over 250,000, I think. So, you know, it's going to take a little bit longer to get the funds to cover the project costs for, and we'd have to do, you know, if that was the board's direction, we'd have time, you know, in future budgets to really nail down the costs. But we could do, from what I'm seeing, south of Coal Creek in 2022 using only Excel undergrounding funds.
Yeah, if we didn't
2021.
We could do it in 2021. There's enough funds to do in 2021.
Well, I was leaving time in there for design and all that stuff. So
Right.
Excel's not, you know, always the fastest. So.
Right, but we could find out what additional costs, if any, in doing that. You know, how do we deal with Comcast and CenturyLink, and are there any costs that we don't know of as we move into that? So we could certainly do south of Coal Creek in 2021 working with Excel.
And then just, you know, opining for myself here, I'm fully on board with leveraging, you know, Excel's money to, if we can do south of Coal Creek in 2021, and then let's have a conversation in early January around how we do the rest of it and when, and get a lot more specific on these numbers. Because if we can pull it ahead, you know, by a year or two at an incremental cost of X, I'm all on board with that. But what is in the budget right now is significantly greater than I was comfortable with us in terms of pulling ahead, you know, the funds that would have ultimately come from Excel.
And frankly, I'd like to have this conversation with Craig again. If we can spend this money and then just have Excel pay us back whatever would be available year after year until we have paid that back, then that would be fantastic. And I'm all supportive of it, because at the end of the day, Excel is still out the same amount that they would have been. We've just delivered to our residents sooner than we could have otherwise. So I don't know if that's possible. I'm all for having conversations with Craig to see how we can make this happen as quickly as possible for our residents.
Okay, have we given sufficient direction on that ball, Matt?
But does that remove the 50,000 that was budgeted for this year then, because now we're going to be using Excel's funds?
Alex, was the intent of that different than design? Were we going to look at some planning and outreach efforts, or is that really included in Excel's scope if they would do an undergrounding project?
Right. I think we wanted some funds budgeted for outreach. Here's a major project in people's backyards, and to shepherd the project through, make sure we're dealing with the outreach. They're just looking at construction. We're not sure that they're going to do that type of outreach to the homeowners.
Okay, but as far as the construction design, that comes out of their coffers.
Yes.
For outreach,
Yes.
that is us. And I imagine we're not going to have to spend $50,000 on outreach to tell the south side of original town, hey, there's going to be some work coming your way. So in all reality, we can probably reduce that down to, I don't know, $5,000, $1,000, whatever it is. And that frees up money that we can then reallocate towards caps.
That's probably, we probably need 10, 20,000, but you could probably take the rest and put it to the other use.
And then I need clarity on how we would want to show, if anything, the 2022 budget for that project.
Well, so at least speaking for myself, we're using Excel funds, the undergrounding funds, not our own. And my understanding is that we're not reflecting those Excel undergrounding funds here in our budget. So we would basically zero out the construction or any construction costs for undergrounding in 2022.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, for 2022, I would completely agree, but that number, whether it's 200 or 100, is probably going to have to be, 2024, 2025. It's part of the broader conversation of how do we get north of Coal Creek undergrounded. But I'm in favor of taking it out for 22.
Yeah, that's something that we can put in the development of the 2022 budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we have direction. We'll do planning and outreach budget for original town undergrounding at $20,000. In 2021, we'll increase cultural arts and events budget to $150,000. That generally gets us balance then from cash perspective in the capital budget. Do we still want to show any potential grant revenue as an offset to the events budget increase?
My ask would be, let's agree to put it in the work plan. So, and not, I want to hope for grant money, but that's not a strategy. And given the fact that none of us have written grants to the arts, and Leslie, I don't know if you want to disagree with me, but I think we need a year to kind of assess whether or not it's even remotely possible. And if we go back, and it just feels like we might be setting ourselves up for a budget shortfall.
Okay. I kind of let the time get away from us. We're at 8:30. Might be a good point to take a little break, and then we'll resume the public hearing on budgets. Is that good with everyone? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, while we're waiting on Kevin to get back, why don't we just, Paul, if you could maybe again give us or anybody else have maybe a list of topics or things we needed to, or that you want to make sure you covered?
I've got one more topic.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I assume that everyone kind of saw this coming. We briefly talked about it, but just touched on it very briefly at the end of our last meeting. Since tonight we do have a resolution for the tax levy in front of us, I wanted to have a more broad discussion about the amount of taxes we are collecting from our residents. Right now, we are foregoing 4.197 mils that we are authorized to collect, that our taxpayers have granted us the authority. Historically, the town has chosen not to collect that amount, and my proposal this evening is that starting tonight, we start collecting. We approve the collection of our full authorized mill levies. And again, I'm guessing not everybody's looked at the numbers probably as much as I have. So just to bring everybody back up as to numbers that Paul has provided us in the past, what does that mean for a resident in our town? For a $500,000 home, one additional mill would increase the annual property tax payment by $36 and generate roughly $250K. So if we multiply that by 4.197, so to fully collect what we're authorized to collect for that same $500,000 home, the additional tax annually would be about $151, but for the town that would generate just over $1 million. And again, I don't propose that we collect this tax just to collect more taxes, just to raise people's taxes, but because we are looking at long-range shortfalls for funding our road improvements, for funding necessary infrastructure improvements. We don't have a funding plan for our pools. There's any number of things that we could use this money for, but we don't have a long-term plan to fund it all. And we need to actually address that. I don't think it's appropriate for us to continue to kick the can down the road. I do agree with what was brought up last time, that we take a step back and we look at our reserve policies and see if we can fish some money out of there. But again, that is a one-time bump. We will take that amount from our reserve and then we just end up plowing the additional money back into our reserve. So we might get, I'll say $1 million, $2 million out of there, but we're not gonna fix the problem by adjusting our reserve policy. What I have heard is concerns that this has a outsized impact on our businesses due to their triple net leases, and that this would discourage and even hamper our efforts towards economic development. With Paul's help, I went and did some research to figure out what would this actually mean for our businesses. So I went and I did a sampling of our businesses, looking at what is available publicly. I won't name them, but a restaurant in the Safeway shopping center, if we were to increase their mill levies by that 4.197, that's going to increase their annual taxes by about $380. For a restaurant, and I'm talking about real restaurants, for a restaurant in the marketplace, that's going to increase it by about $329. And if we're looking at something bigger, say a liquor store, something like that, we're looking at roughly an increase of $1,430 annually. So I'm not going to say that these aren't meaningful numbers, but looking at the revenue side of these businesses, these are not numbers that are going to put anybody out of business, especially in a year like this, where while things are definitely and absolutely difficult, we have also plowed money into every single business that was eligible, that was brick and mortar at least once, and then restaurants a second time. So we have done quite a bit already. We are going to be seeing a reduction in mills from the transition from Rocky Mountain Fire to the newly merged Mountain View. So I'm not saying that this is an offset, but essentially it will be an offset when they look at their tax bills. It's roughly the same amount of a decrease for them and an increase for us. But the real reason I'm pushing this is it comes down to fiscal responsibility. I want to make sure that when I leave this board, we have set up future boards to be able to continue to deliver on the services and infrastructure that our residents need and have come to expect. Right now, I don't think we're doing that. So I'm open to hearing other suggestions, but personally, I am not interested in saying, no, we're not going to do this. If we are just going to try to put it to a ballot issue instead. We already have this authorized. That's what the voters told us to do. This is what the voters expect us to do. This is our responsibility to manage the town's finances. So I think I've given you guys all my pitch. So I'll just leave it there and hopefully we can have a discussion around this.
Ken, I'll go first. And you and I should probably just go offline and have a couple beers and talk through this, because I think you and I will continue to talk through this from two different ends of the spectrum from now until the end of time, because I don't disagree with almost everything you said. My only issue is, and you guys heard me when it comes to the landscape fee and even the sewer fee, I am not interested in raising a single fee or tax in 2021. If we want to have this conversation a year for it, I'm 100% on board with it at that point, once we see what happens with the D. Gallagher, or the undoing D. Gallagher on November 5th. But for right now, for calendar 2021, I'm not there.
Ken, I appreciate the comments, and like you, I do agree that this is something we should be looking at closer. I'm not in agreement with approving it tonight. I think it needs further discussion, probably before a year from now, but so that's where I am.
I agree with Ken for a completely different reason. We made a promise to the community 10 years ago, and I talk about this promise every year. And multiple times per year, from my perspective, we fail to meet this promise, which is okay. Things change. We are paying for significant capital improvement that was never budgeted. If we are going to do that and we're going to approve the expense, we also have to have the courage to approve the revenue. The only way to collect revenue is through this increase. We can do it without going to the voters. If we're going to include the $1.5 million for the road, then I absolutely think that we have to improve the revenue, increase the revenue. I don't see how you could do one without the other. We have $15 million of unbudgeted capital expense, at least. Having this conversation a year from now, it's going to be an urgent, bad conversation. Today, we have the conversation to have it appropriately and to improve our reserves. A year from now, we could be having this conversation because we had to dip more into the reserves, make significant cuts, and now it's a reactionary decision. So I'd be supportive of it, to have a continued conversation tonight.
And I appreciate that. And just one thing I left off is I absolutely do think we should be exploring other revenue sources that are out there, and just ones we've talked about, or at least are out there for our thoughts, is we can collect this 4.197 mils. B, there's various ballot measures. One is that we could put forth a ballot measure, I think it's next year, to repurpose the 0.16 sales and use tax that is set to expire in the SMID in 2022. There it is, and have it go to the general fund instead. Obviously, looking at reserve limits, I think that's absolutely something we should be doing. I think, Kevin, you brought this up last time. We should be looking at renegotiating with Louisville, not just for the library, but for the downtown Superior contributions. I brought it up with CAPS tonight. We should be looking at various grant opportunities that I don't necessarily think we're taking full advantage of. And then obviously there's still fee adjustments that we could look at in the future as well. But I don't want this to be solely focused on a single way to increase our revenue. I think we should be looking at everything. But what's clear is that we have such a large amount of unfunded mandates in the future that it's a necessity. So just wanted to throw that out there.
So I think that it's kind of a precarious time to talk about increasing taxes, notwithstanding the fact that we're legally authorized to do so. I agree with the mayor that we shouldn't be doing that in a budget meeting at this stage of the game. Like, this should be, if we're going to have a conversation about it. I mean, frankly, I'm probably the most conservative when it comes to this whole question altogether. And I suggested at a previous meeting that we should, potentially consider going to the voters in terms of asking for like a referendum as to whether or not they were approving of that sort of direction that we would take. At a minimum, I would want to have like a separate agenda item for the voters so this doesn't come as any surprise to anyone. I understand that there's obviously unfunded capital improvement projects that we would love to get done, and that this would be, one way to skin the cat, but there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. And I just don't think that we should be doing it in a meeting where we have 3 members of the public in attendance. It's not separately agended. And then all of a sudden we'd be doing a 180-degree turn from a policy that's been the policy of our board for 15 years. So, if we're going to do that, I want to make sure that we're all, united about it. We're all going forward with a discussion about it, about the pros and the cons. But it should be something that is clear as day to the public, that we're not just trying to slip one by the voters. So that's my concern. And frankly, like, I think, right now we have benefited because of stockpile shopping, and everything has been good for Costco and Target and our other retailers that have benefited from that stockpile shopping. I don't know what 2021 is going to hold, if it's going to be similar or if it's going to be different. And if it's different, I wouldn't want to have this sort of situation all of a sudden. Now we have potentially made our commercial vacancies that much less appealing to potential businesses that would otherwise consider investing in Superior, because our mill levy rate is a couple points higher. Because we can't just look at it in isolation as to what our mill levy is. We need to be looking at it, in total, looking at Boulder County's mills and Rocky Mountain's mills, and we need to understand, what is the mill actually going to look like and feel like for everybody once the fire district merger goes through. Because people aren't going to just look at it from the perspective of, okay, what is Broomfield's municipal mill versus Superior's? They're going to be looking at what is the total amount of mills that we pay. And, I think, I always hear these comments about, oh, we pay so much tax in Superior. And my initial response is, well, actually, you pay very little tax to Superior. You pay a lot of tax to BVSD and Boulder County and to Rocky Mountain Metro, the fire district. So I think that this merits having a robust discussion in a very open forum, in a separately agended item, so we could have members of the public kind of weigh in and we can fully understand kind of the pros and cons of it. I think it's a good conversation to have, and it's a difficult conversation to have, and I appreciate you, Ken, for bringing it up. I just don't think that now is the time to do it.
So, and I appreciate all that, but I got to voice a frustration here. We had this conversation at a retreat, and the what we heard back was, okay, let's go to town staff. When's the appropriate time to bring this back up? The budgeting time. I brought this back up during budgeting. We continue to kick the can down the road, and we're not actually putting a fix into place. We're not trying to solve this problem. So if we're going to do this, which I don't agree with, but if we do go down that path, I need a commitment from this board that we're actually going to tackle this problem. And I hear that we don't want to tax people unnecessarily, and we don't want to have unintended consequences. But what I want to hear from the other side of the board then that doesn't agree with this is, what's your solution? I want to hear a solution then of how do we solve this problem? Because I'm up for whatever solutions. If we can do that without increasing taxes, by all means, I will jump on board with that. And I will wave the white flag and say, I had a misconceived notion. I don't see how we can do that. And I've been looking at this for the past 6 months. That's what I'll need to hear from you if we don't move forward with this increase tonight.
I mean, I'm happy to have the conversation at any point in time. What I take issue with is, you say, what's the solution? Well, that kind of presupposes that there's a problem. So I need to hear that there's a case first, that there's a problem that needs to be solved. And then we have that, because maybe the status quo is acceptable to some of us. Maybe it's not, but maybe it is.
Oh, I'll happily send you the document from the Finance Committee meeting. We have $15 million of unfunded road projects that will need to happen in the future, that right now, given the way our funds will be budgeted, we don't have money to do those. So we're going to start to see a degradation in our physical infrastructure. The sole and primary reason for our local governments to provide services and infrastructure to our community. So we're going to start to see a decrease in that. But beyond that, then you get into the pieces that are, okay, maybe it's not a necessity, but our constituents have come to expect it. So like pools, our pools are not going to last forever. We're already putting Band-Aids on them year after year, but we don't have a plan for how do we retire those, or how do we actually do a full facelift to make these last another 20, 30, 40 years. I mean, we don't have funds for that. So in my mind, the problem is established. I don't think we're at the phase where we need to try to have that conversation of, do we actually have a problem? We have a minimum of 15 million problem, but staff pulled together a list of projects that have been discussed over the years, and that got all the way up to 50 million. So somewhere between 15 and 50 million, we have a problem.
So my suggestion would be to have this discussion after the election, once we know whether or not the de-Gallagherization ballot measure has passed, because I think that that's something that the entire board, not just the Finance Committee, should be briefed in on, to understand kind of what the impacts are going to be to the town. Because
15 to 50 mark isn't news, right? I mean, that's, the Finance Committee told us about that 8 weeks ago. I mean, I think this is, we could force this conversation now. So, I mean, asking somebody to say, hey, I promise we'll have it after the election, or we'll see what happens with the de-Gallagherization initiative. We could have that, or we could not approve the budget tonight and go into another budget meeting. Nothing that requires this budget to be approved tonight.
And I fully understand and agree with that. My hope and intent is I don't want to force anybody into anything they don't want to do. I want to have a nice cordial conversation amongst us and ensure we're all still working together and that we're all trying to get to the same goal. How do we get there? So and again, if we get to the point that if I don't agree with the way our budget is established, I might still vote no. But I want us to make sure we're having that conversation up front. And even if this passes, it's not a conversation that I want it to end tonight. It's a conversation we really do need to have next year.
No, and Ken, you're right. I feel like we had this conversation a year ago, and we said we'll pick up a conversation at the beginning of 2020, and we never did. And then COVID happened, and we just acknowledged that it's not the right time to have the conversation. So I do agree that we have kicked this can down the road, for what will look like at least a year and a half. And the finance committee at least started talking about the unfunded list, which, let's be honest, every single municipality has a list of unfunded issues, right? There's no municipality in the country, maybe some of the ski towns don't have quite as long a list, but most of them have a very long list. And part of it is our town has been extremely lucky in that we have a small staff, so we don't have a pension issue that is blowing up everyone's budget across the country. So we don't have that problem, but we're not alone in our unfunded list, and we do need to have a good conversation about revenue sources and what all is available to us. And then what is the real list of things that we want to go do over the next 10 to 20 years? I mean, the 15 to 20 or 15 to 50, it's a long, comprehensive list, but there's a lot of stuff on there that I don't even know that we need to do. But philosophically, let's have the conversation, whether it's the next 2 weeks or in December. I'm still in the place of zero support for 2021. I've already said that 100 times, so I'm going to keep saying that. But I don't disagree that we do need additional revenue sources. The fact that what our town gets in property taxes relative to our neighbors is actually on the low end, and I think that is something that we need to consider. It doesn't help, though, our few businesses, when they already have high rents, and then you have a triple net lease that then runs it through, it gets even more expensive. And that's a piece of it that we have to balance through, because the incremental cost that you mentioned out there isn't incrementally high, but when you have a starting point of significantly higher rents than Louisville or Broomfield, our businesses are at a disadvantage, and the ones that have left are doing financially much better by moving slightly east.
And just for the record, to make sure we're all apples to apples, the numbers I did share included what would be passed through to those companies or to those businesses through their triple net lease.
Right. No, my point. No, in the incremental number, call it 1,000.
As I didn't actually state that earlier, that it included the triple net piece.
No, and I think at least it came out that way to me. But I think the starting point for some of these leases is pretty high.
Yeah, I don't.
And the interesting anecdote that we heard at the Louisville meeting last week, they have 70 restaurants in Louisville. They've lost one during the period of the COVID pandemic. And just let that sink in. We've lost 3 already. There's a myriad of reasons why, but I'm distressed by that comment, and that's why I'm not in a space of raising costs on anybody right now. But a year from now, absolutely.
Anyone else comments on that? So just to wrap it up, it sounds like there is agreement to address this post-election and go from there. But as far as the budget goes, keeping it the same, correct? Okay. All right, other topics. Since we are in a public hearing, I want to give opportunity for public comment, and then any final comments, and then we close the public hearing, final discussion, and then we go through the different resolutions. So anyone have any other topics before we go into public comment? Okay, anyone in the public? We're now open for public comment on any of the budget items. We've got items, item 4, it's quite lengthy, but anything on item 4 in our agenda. If the public would like to make any comments on this, please signal by raising your hand and we'll identify you. All right, seeing none, go back to the board and check to see if there's any further questions of staff, any further discussion or anything before I close the public hearing on the budget items.
I do have a question. I have a technical question for Paul. Because I can't support the road, the $1.5 million, I want to vote no on that line item. Is there a single resolution that I could pinpoint this to, or when I vote no, obviously it's unrelated to the library, but is there a particular resolution? I was trying to figure this out and I just couldn't.
I think it's the Town of Superior General. I think.
That, yes, so the budget for the $1.5 million promenade is included within the capital improvement budget, which is included in the town
Which is the
budget
20, so that's
resolution.
it's the 26, and it's the $26 million one is where.
Right. There's both a reso and an ordinance that has those same numbers.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, anything else before I close the public hearing? All right, public hearing's closed. Any final discussion?
Just so no one is surprised, because I doubt that's possible, I'll also be voting no on the 4A resolution because it includes a landscape fee, and then I will be voting no on the on the sewer operating one. Again, that one because it includes a increase there too.
Okay. All right, could someone start making motions on these?
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-70.
Yes, that's correct.
Series 2020, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior levying property taxes for the year 2021.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Skowzinski. Roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Skwacinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Ryan.
Question, Mark, were you reading what? You were reading subtext 1. We went right to, there's no discussion. This is the, for the mill levy for the library tax. You're reading the first one, correct?
I made a motion for 4A1,
Okay, thank you.
that resolution.
Yes.
Lish,
No.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
I'll just keep going if you guys don't mind. I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-71, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior adopting a budget for the Town of Superior for 2021.
I'll second the motion.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and second by Trustee Skowzinski. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor, excuse me, may I make a comment? And based on discussion earlier with the board, section 1 of that resolution will change to reflect the capital improvement budget of $7,722,000 with a total budget of $26,158,986 to reflect the changes of an additional $50,000 budget for the art program, and then a reduction of a $30,000 budget in the undergrounding project.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any further questions or discussions on that? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Shaw,
No.
Skwacinski,
Yes.
Ryan,
No.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes. Thank you. Motion passes.
I'm going to just keep going. I'm going to make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-72, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior adopting a fee schedule for 2021.
I will second the motion.
And
Motion
Mayor,
by,
as clarification, excuse me, for this motion, the fee schedule on page 1, we will reflect a 3% increase in the monthly landscape fees for single-family detached condominium and apartment.
okay, thanks for that clarification. We've got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and second by Trustee Skowzinski, and roll call vote, please.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
You're muted.
Shaw,
Sorry. No.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-16,
16.
Series 2020, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior appropriating sums of money to the various funds and spending agencies in the amounts and for the purposes as set forth below for the Town of Superior, Colorado for 2021 year, subject to the modifications that Finance Director Paul Nilles has articulated previously.
I will second the motion.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and second by Trustee Skwazinski. And roll call vote.
Ryan,
No.
Shaw,
No.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Motion passes.
And I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-17,
Yes.
Series 2020, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior to amend Section 4-4-30 of the Superior Municipal Code regarding landscape maintenance fees.
I will second the motion.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Skwazinski. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
No.
Ryan,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
Anybody else want to take these or should I just keep going?
You're doing great, Mark. Just keep going.
I'll make a motion of the Superior McCaslin Interchange Metropolitan District Resolution SMID-3,
3.
Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Superior McCaslin Interchange Metropolitan District adopting a budget, levying property taxes, and appropriating sums of money for 2021.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Director Lasis and second by Director Shaw. Discussion? Roll call vote?
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Make a motion to approve Superior Urban Renewal Authority Resolution SURA-3,
3.
Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Superior Urban Renewal Authority adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for the Superior Urban Renewal Authority for 2021.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lasis and
Second.
second by Commissioner Shaw.
Ryan,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Superior Metropolitan District number 1, Resolution SMD number 1-6,
6.
Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Superior Metropolitan District number 1, adopting a budget and appropriating sums of money for the Superior Metropolitan District number 1 for 2021.
Okay, motion by Director Lasis,
Second.
second by Director Lish. Roll call vote, please.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
No.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
And finally, I'd like to make a motion to approve Superior Metropolitan District number 1, resolution number SMD number 1-7.
7. Yes.
Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Superior Metropolitan District Number 1, amending Appendix A of the district's rules and regulations to increase the district's rates and fees effective March 11th, 2021.
Motion by Director Lasis,
Second.
second by Director Ryan.
And Mr. President, specific to Appendix A on page A5 under sewer collection service charges, we will now reflect a 5% increase with those charges, as well as standby fees for sewer collection standby fees, a 5% increase.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead with the roll call vote.
Folsom,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
No.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to staff for getting through our 2021 budget. Appreciate all the hard work on that. That was always a big task, so appreciate that. All right, we are done with the budget. So we'll go on now to item number 5, which is adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 16 of the Superior Municipal Code by the addition of a new article to adopt inclusionary housing requirement.
Thanks, Mayor. Martin Toth, our Assistant Town Manager, is going to introduce this item for us.
Thank you, Matt. Mayor and Board, the Board reviewed last month an initial draft ordinance with the town attorney in discussion with staff last month to finalize Board direction on elements of the ordinance, which will add a requirement for affordable housing to be included as part of all new residential development projects here. The ordinance has been updated and it's ready for the Board to consider for tonight. Since the Board discussion last month on this item, staff has worked with the Boulder County staff to ensure this ordinance aligns with their policies and would allow us to work together on potential projects going forward. Joining us on the meeting tonight is Ms. Nori Boyd, who serves as the Housing Division Director for the Boulder County Department of Housing and Human Services. The town's a member of the Regional Housing Partnership that was developed, or that had developed the Regional Housing Plan as part of the Boulder County Consortium of Cities work a couple of years ago. She's here to provide an update on the regional plan and discuss how an ordinance like this that the Board's considering tonight can be used to contribute to reaching the region's housing goals. So I will bring up the presentation now.
Great, thank you so much. This is Nari Boyd. I'm the interim director for the Boulder County Housing Authority. And I was just going to give you a quick update. You've had some really difficult discussions today and some celebrations with the land purchase. So I know it's been a long night and I'll go quickly. Next slide, please. I think that the demands of the pandemic have really increased the demand for affordable housing. So some of the numbers are actually a little bit out of date in this presentation because of the increase in the need for affordable housing and the rent assistance that we've been preparing as well for folks in the county. But right now we have only 5% of our existing housing in Boulder County is considered affordable. Next slide. What is affordable is based on HUD's area median income, and that's a metropolitan statistical area, which includes Boulder County. And so for Boulder County, it's roughly $100,000 for a family of 3 is 100% of the area median income. And then as you back down to what is truly affordable, we would look at that as 80% of that 100%. So roughly 80,000 is considered in need of affordable housing. And most of our affordable housing serves households from 30,000 up to roughly 60,000 for a family of 3. And so it really isn't that low income. We really need to try and hit those really low incomes with deep affordability through our affordable housing measures. And what you're considering this evening with the inclusionary housing is just one of those tactics that we can use to really deepen the affordable housing throughout the community. Next slide, please. We were just looking at how to update Superior's numbers here, and I noticed that it increased quite a bit from our previous data from a year ago. So the Superior median is up there between Louisville and Boulder at 630,000, and just the home sale prices are far expanding what folks can afford who want to both live and work in Boulder County, and in particular Superior. So that's again what this ordinance would try and work towards, bringing some greater affordability and allowing folks to live in the community in which they work. Next slide, please. Again, we've done a number of surveys on this, and the one we just recently did during COVID, the numbers are off the charts with the amount of importance that affordability means right now to our community. Being able to stay stably housed has been our number one requirement, next to health, of course, public health. And we've been increasing the rent assistance throughout the county. Roughly $1 million has been given for Housing and Human Services to distribute to folks because they just would have been unhoused during the pandemic if we had not provided rent assistance increases and measures to ensure affordability. Of course, none of the housing authorities within the county are moving forward with any evictions and are really trying hard to keep folks housed, even though they've lost their income and lost their jobs. So this has been a increase based on the pandemic. Next slide, please. Again, this is just showing that affordable housing really does benefit all of our community, from seniors to families to workers. It also is dramatically able to improve transportation when folks can live where they work, and that's another big thing that we're working on as well. Next slide, please. These are just some of the metrics that also improve when folks have affordable housing. So we've seen that the increases on your health care or on healthy food, being able to thrive in school, whether you're online or not online, has really been dramatically changed whether you have an affordable home or not. And of course, we've worked a lot with the school districts to keep folks housed, even if they've in their same district, and that's been really important for us. And we've seen kids do a lot better in school if they can stay within their same district. And just the amount of funds that we're seeing folks be able to pay on their health care if they have stable housing, that's another thing that we really see on the county side through Housing and Human Services, is how much money people are actually able to spend on their healthcare has been increased. We have a lot of programs on site at most of our affordable housing communities, and so it's affordable housing becomes a platform to share these other programs, whether it's after school classes or cooking classes or senior intergenerational programs. It's really great because it becomes a platform for those other healthy changes in folks' lives. Next slide, please. I think that this was just a slide illustrating all the different jurisdictions and the strategies that different jurisdictions have approached, because this Boulder County Regional Housing Plan is not a one-size-fits-all. It's so unique, and each community can pick what works best for them. And then we also learn from each other and steal each other's ideas, make use of each other's staff and expertise so that we aren't duplicating services. And that's really been great benefit of the regional plan. So if, for say, City of Boulder is really great at inclusionary housing, then Louisville and Lafayette might learn from that. If Lafayette's gotten a really big land donation and is looking for some land use and zoning ideas, then they would go to City of Longmont, who's done a lot on their zoning in order to facilitate affordable housing. So I think one of the best things that's come out of creating the regional affordable housing plan is that regional cooperation, because we cannot afford to waste money on duplicating services. We really need to use each other and work collaboratively to stretch our dollars. So now, of course, we have all 10 jurisdictions, including Erie just passed their regional adoption of this plan as well. So it's great to have all jurisdictions within Boulder County signed on. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a repetition of our goal, and I know that this town is very familiar with the regional affordable housing goals, trying to reach 12% affordability by 2035, and right now we're at 5%, and actually I think we might have dropped just a little bit during COVID, unfortunately, but we really want to hit that 12% by 2035, and we've done a great job so far working together with the jurisdictions in order to build roughly 500 units a year or more through either acquisitions of existing properties or new construction, land donations. So that's been really great. Next slide, please. Some of the progress here, just some highlights. 900 permanently affordable homes added just in 2018, 2019. Surprisingly, 2020, even with the pandemic, we've been able to close on some affordable housing deals, mainly because the demands from the community meant that we had to close even though financing was really tight. And so we're still able to make progress in 2020, which was pretty surprising to me and a happy surprise. Because debt and prices are really low, so that we can stretch that dollar even further and keep delivering affordable housing, which is just so critical right now. The state Senate bills have also, or state housing bills have also been passed last year and this year, starting to go into effect. And so that's been protecting mobile home residents, renters, homeowners. It's great. There's just a lot of coalition right now coalescing around this affordable housing at the state level. So it's been a great time to take advantage of the regional affordable housing partnership that we have. The Home Wanted campaign has been super successful as well, and just giving folks the tools that they can use to stay housed and avoid displacement during COVID with rent assistance programs and things like that. Next slide, please. Some of the updates again, City of Longmont has really expanded their regulatory changes with heightened density bonuses, parking reductions for affordable housing, things that really don't cost a lot, but are very influential in terms of getting additional affordable housing units built. Expedited development review in Longmont has also been a real cost savings for developers who are trying to get projects built. And it's very expensive when you have a 3 years long development review process, as we all know. City of Louisville has also started deferring their impact fees and done a lot on transit, because that has been a bigger cost of an affordable housing households is going towards their transportation costs and their utility costs. So by creating transit improvements, we've also seen that affordability is improved for folks in Louisville. And City of Boulder has done a lot on the ADUs recently. The density and height bonuses, large lots and large homes are helping fund affordable housing, and a lot of their building code updates. So it's more predictable for folks going through that process. Those are just some examples. Next slide, please. Since the inception of this regional housing partnership, we were looking at the numbers from 2017 to 2020, and this is just an example of some projects across the county. So we have Lafayette represented. The bottom is Netherlands, so up in the mountains, which was a big gap for us. We've been able to just complete a 9% tax credit affordable housing deal in Ned. We have City of Boulder, Longmont, all the different communities represented here. Not all of these are being developed by affordable housing developers necessarily. There are also partnerships with for-profit developers, and I think that's the beauty of the inclusionary housing ordinance you have before you. Next slide, please. Again, this is just looking at the step up in what we've been trying to achieve through the regional plan. First was just adopting that regional goal of 12% affordability by 2035, and some jurisdictions have already exceeded that. The next, from 2018 to 19, was to start investing those local resources and building 300 new homes annually, and we have done over 500 annually thus far. And I think we're on track for that for 2020 as well. And 2020, 2022, we had intended to really focus on leveraging funds. And then of course, COVID hit. And so we've been totally shifting towards continuing to keep folks housed during the pandemic and keeping affordable housing being built, but we were unable to raise revenues for all the reasons we've talked about tonight. 2021 through 35 was again looking at investing in the strategies, including that down payment assistance, as well as financing to build more affordable housing. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of a lot of the different things that the community has been doing. I think Boulder's interesting because, and theirs is probably the oldest inclusionary housing program. They started it in 2000. And so it's 20 years old. It started as, I believe, 20%, and then they increased it in 2018 to 25% because it was very successful. So what's interesting about City of Boulder's inclusionary housing program is they offer, you can build units on site, you can build units off site. You can also create an in lieu fee or do a land dedication. So with those 4 different tactics, Boulder has been able to create directly through the on-site program. They have also raised $70 million through cash in lieu. And of course it is Boulder, it's way more expensive, but that's a lot of money that's gone towards other affordable housing developers and programs. And so it's just created leverage. And they've had 1 land dedication that was pretty substantial. So that just shows you the different types of ways in which a city can contribute to affordable housing with the inclusionary housing ordinance. Longmont is similar. I'll just give you one example of Longmont's inclusionary housing program. They also really do value that in lieu fee. And one of the projects that they recently had, I think it was 2019 actually, the total number of homes was 710 to be developed. So 10% affordable was going to be 71 affordable homes. They just recently increased their ordinance to 12% because it's been successful. But with that 710 unit project, the developer chose instead to dedicate 4 acres to the Longmont Housing Authority, and the Longmont Housing Authority built 120 affordable units, and they were much more affordable than that kind of 80% tier. It was really deep affordability. So it's another example of how Longmont used the inclusionary housing ordinance to leverage additional units out of much more so than just 12% of what would have been required. Lafayette has a fee that they've attached for their new market rate developments, which we've benefited from in developing quite a few affordable housing units, as well as acquiring land. And then there's Nederland, Louisville, and Boulder County mentioned below. So these are just some examples of the affordability in action throughout the community as a result of the Regional Affordable Housing Plan. Next slide, please. This is just a reminder that this is our Home Wanted campaign that the Regional Affordable Housing Partnership has launched. It's been really fun to look at it kind of, it's a great program because folks have been able to participate even during COVID, and we had a focus on kids and what home meant to them during the pandemic, and it was interesting to see what the kids' view was when they're trying to do online school versus the parents. So it's nice to be able to use this affordable housing campaign as a way to keep folks engaged and excited about creating affordable housing in our community. So thank you for that. That's all that I have for the presentation. Wanted to leave any time for questions and answers related to this inclusionary housing ordinance, which is very exciting. Very much appreciate that you're considering it. Thanks.
All right, Nori, thank you for joining our meeting this evening and for all that great information. We appreciate it. All right, questions from the board for Nori or staff or?
I have a question about the in lieu fee sorry, I'm getting a little echo right now, but if there could be a little more clarification put on like what, Sorry, I think it's coming from Allie.
Oh, is there, let me get off my.
Okay, that's better. So my question is about the fee in lieu, and is it at the option of the developer who it's a may versus it's a must, and it's dependent upon a certain percentage of the total development that they're going to be bringing to market. Could you just kind of speak a little more to, and maybe Matt, you can kind of talk about this, or Allie, what are the teeth behind the fee in lieu, and what can the town then use those fees to do? So if we're going to be doing like our own affordable housing project in the future, and we'd be basically using that pool of money to fund that project, can you just kind of explain how the mechanics of all that would work?
You want me to take this one then? Okay. Let me know if you can't hear me. I tried to log in on my phone, but it sounds like there was feedback with that. So the fee in lieu, the real purpose of the fee in lieu is so we capture those developments that are less than 10 units. That way, those smaller developments don't slip out of these regulations, and the town will still get money to then use for other projects related to affordable or inclusionary housing from these developments. So if a development is less than 2 units, they will pay that fee. That fee will then go into a town fund. Those funds can then be used to purchase deed restrictions on other units, to develop the town's own properties for inclusionary housing. It could be used in a multitude of ways just to further implement this program.
And is there any sort of requirement on the town to use those funds within a certain period of time? Because like what I don't want to see happen is have developers pay fees in lieu of delivering attainable units, have us start to marshal this big fund, and then we're nowhere closer to actually delivering on actually achieving attainable units in the community.
There is a time period the town has to use those funds. I don't know that off the top of my head, but they can't just sit there forever. They do have to eventually be used for this purpose, since it is a fee related to these development approvals. As far as using the funds goes, something that we've done with another one of our clients in Vail, they've implemented what's called the Vail Indeed program. And it's a voluntary program where individuals who own property can approach the town and say they're interested in having the town purchase property rights in exchange for deed restricting their private property. That's something that these funds could be used for from the town of Superior. So I don't think there will be ultimately an issue in using these funds for affordable housing purposes. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does. This is a question probably for Nori, since you're the expert on the subject. So the ordinance is currently drafted as 10%. The goal for Boulder County is 12%. I'm not a mathematician, but I believe 12% is greater than 10%. And if we stay at 10%, I don't think we'll be able to actually get to 12%. Is 10% the right number, or should we be looking at something more aggressive like 12% or 15% to actually start making an impact at meeting the goal?
Well, I think that 10% leverages, of course, I would love for a higher percentage. City of Boulder has 25%. Longmont went from 10 to 12%, and the county's at 12%. So I think that 10% isn't going to get you just 10% more affordable housing. Really, those funds are an in lieu fee leverages additional funds to get you more affordable housing than just that 10%. So I think 10% is a great start. 12%, of course, is even better. And the in lieu fees have, throughout the county in different jurisdictions, been used. Like Lafayette used their fee which isn't called an inclusionary housing fee, but it's a type of affordable housing fee. They partnered with Boulder County Housing Authority and County of Boulder, and they bought a giant piece of property to build 400 units in Lafayette. And so it's all about leverage. It's not necessarily that it's going to be a one-for-one replacement or creation of an affordable housing unit. So I still think 10% is good, 12% is even better and is more in alignment with what the county's doing, but we're just very excited that the town of Superior is considering this period.
In your experience, has there been any sort of threshold that ends up, and maybe this just isn't the case because Boulder is just such a high demand place to live and people are going to be building there no matter what, but I'm just curious, is there a certain threshold that all of a sudden a project becomes completely unworkable from a development perspective, that builders won't actually develop any units because the attainable requirements are too high?
Well, that's an important question. What has happened is that most market rate developers want to develop market rate housing, and they'll pay that in lieu fee or dedicate land or even a parcel of their project to an affordable housing developer. Because it was harder for market rate developers to include inclusionary housing as part of their market rate scheme. And they've also partnered with housing authorities or nonprofits in order to create a special limited partnership. And so a for-profit gets the benefit of a tax exemption by creating that special limited partnership. So I think, again, there are a lot of ways to leverage it. And I really haven't seen even a smaller developer say this is not workable, because the flexibility is there within the ordinance. You can build the units on site, you can pay into an in lieu fee, you can dedicate land, and the flexibility is what makes it a little more practical and workable for people. Ordinances that required affordable housing to be built on site as part of a market rate, unrestricted project have been less prevalent than those that shared with another entity, nonprofit, housing authority, or did it in lieu fee.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions, Nori, and I really appreciate you coming in. I'm excited by this. I had the sort of same math question that Mark did. And I mean, if you take the town of Superior, we're like, say 4,800 homes, we'll cap out like say 6,500 homes. By extension, on the target that we already have, we need to be in a 700 unit range for affordable housing to hit the 12%. Right now we're at 0. This ordinance, will help bring a few units in, hopefully, if there's maybe 200 more developments that are coming. But the reality is the town has to, go and grab onto everything else that was in your circle around securing additional resources to fill this out. So the question is, so let's, notwithstanding the issue that we have, we got to close the gap on a number of homes. With the fee in lieu and how you've seen it work in other communities. So let's say you're building 10 units and they're $1 million a piece. So is the obligation for the developer, because I guess I'm a little confused because our ordinance says a fee. Is a fee the equivalent of one of the units in that development that we're talking about here, so that the developer would pay the town $1 million and the town could go off and buy 2 homes or 3 homes or whatever?
Well, it does vary, and I'm definitely not the total expert on this, but what I've seen is that the smaller developers are paying into a fee or donating a parcel that could be, say, a duplex instead of a single family unit. And so it's just easier for a nonprofit or affordable housing partner to come in with that market rate developer and create some sort of a partnership where each is doing their own thing. And that might be on a separate parcel. So, and there's definitely benefits to that market rate developer, because by bringing that affordability, there's other land use benefits that they can get. They can get a height density, they can get reduced parking. And so it really does benefit the entire development when you're creating that affordability, because it's meeting that public need and that community benefit element of your land use and zoning code. So it gets, I'm sort of treading into from not just affordable housing finance, but it gets into land use and zoning, which is if you get an expedited zoning review because you're bringing affordable housing to your community, that's very valuable to any developer, whether they're a market rate developer or an affordable housing developer. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of ways in order for it to benefit the market rate developer and not scare them away. If anything, it's been more of a benefit, more of a expedited process. Every developer meets with resistance when they go into a community, no matter what, and it helps sell that project on the benefits of the community that it might not have had if it didn't have that affordability component, now that we're all seeing that how critical it is. So it helps with community buy-in as well.
No, I appreciate that, because I think the challenges we have is we don't have a lot of homes within the town, and we don't have a lot of land left. And I think one of our former trustees, now a resident, pointed out the risk with the fee in lieu is whoever's administering that starts buying up all of a specific type of home in a specific type of town, and that you've accidentally created an attainable housing zone as opposed to distributing it through the community as the intent is. And I think I'm just trying to wrap my head around how you could potentially sort of mitigate that through the fee in lieu to sort of ensure that you haven't oversupplied one part of town versus another.
Right, that's exactly right. And I haven't seen it concentrated. I mean, land is so expensive throughout Boulder County that this fee has been used to say buy an existing building that might have been market rate, or even student housing at one time, and then it's creating affordable housing in a very pricey neighborhood. And so I haven't seen it concentrated in the most affordable part of any, not Longmont, not Lafayette, not Louisville, certainly not Boulder. So I haven't seen that concentration that you're concerned about, and I totally get that. But because this funding is used for not only just your last remaining parcels of undeveloped land, it can be used to acquire a fourplex and a already developed property once you get enough funds in your in lieu fee pot, and then you're leveraging that with state funds that are available or low-income housing tax credits. You're able to buy something that's already existing that might have been completely out of the ability for any developer to create affordability. And so it just opens up more options. It's not necessarily just going to vacant, new developed land.
Okay, that helps a lot. I mean, you get the power of the bigger purse through the fund. Right. So that is very intriguing. Okay, that's it for me for right now.
Nuri, very helpful. Like Neil and like a lot of people I'm up for, this was a goal we set, and it's fantastic to see the resolution and to have you. Nice to see you. I have a couple concerns. I also worry about the fee in lieu for a couple different reasons. Number one, I do think we may be uniquely different than other communities where we do have pocket neighborhoods that are much lower cost than other neighborhoods. And I don't want those pocket neighborhoods to become targets to the fee in lieu, and suddenly there's a disproportionate share of affordable housing in one neighborhood versus another. And just in all transparency, I'm very concerned about Sagamore, right? If you looked at if you took this graphic that you presented around housing prices, I think there would be a big disparity within Superior. There are neighborhoods that have done really well, neighborhoods that have stayed relatively flat, and neighborhoods, frankly, that have not seen their homes appreciate. And so I'm really worried about the fee in lieu for those two reasons, that we may end up with a disproportionate share of affordable housing in one particular neighborhood. And the second thing, frankly, I worry about is, we're not Vail or Boulder or even Louisville. We're a pretty small town with, 32 or so employees. And I worry about our ability to manage this fee in lieu process. So I recognize the first one is just something we need to think about. The second one, my second question, have you seen other communities the size of ours, very small, Lions, very small communities that have deployed this type of strategy, and how did it work for them? And I'd like to hear, well, it's not fair to call in the town attorney who has some other experience, but I'd like to hear, Nora, your experience at least.
Sure. Good points. So I do think, just to your first point of creating disparate incomes within the town, this fund in other communities has been used for rent assistance. It doesn't, or a program, not necessarily for a unit.
Okay, so let's talk about that more.
Yeah.
So the fund could be used for I didn't mean to interrupt first, but what you said got me excited. There's not us from using the fund, for example, for rent assistance. We had a conversation earlier around members of the community that may be struggling with their utility bill. Have you seen other towns even use this, not necessarily for rent, but for utilities?
Not for utilities, because Boulder County Human Services has a utility program that funds low-income households, whether you're in mobile home and you own your home, or whether you're a renter. And so we already kind of have a program towards utility payment assistance. And that's something that a lot of the community nonprofits and organizations are aware of. And so they steer their clients towards those funds, because we haven't been putting money into utilities specifically. We've definitely
rental assistance quite a bit.
Rent assistance, definitely, especially during COVID, because people just couldn't pay their rent, and no landlord wants to put a tenant out during COVID. So rent assistance funds has definitely been something that countywide we have done. And frankly, it's been a great deal for landlords and for the renters, and not difficult to put in place really quickly, because we already had those programs. We just scaled them up during COVID, and then you scale them back down. But probably not until 2022 or 2023. So I think that's the beauty of this regional plan, is that not every jurisdiction has to staff up and manage these programs alone. We borrow from each other, and we get the programs in place, and really whoever's running it well, you scale it up and then you scale it back down. City of Boulder administers one of Boulder County's programs for home consortium funds, for instance, and does compliance for us, because the Boulder County isn't set up for to staff compliance and rent assistance, because it's frankly not as funded in the same way that City of Boulder is. And so we pay City of Boulder administrators a fee to do our compliance and qualification for this federal home funds. And that brings another $1 million to the county to spend on affordable housing. So the Regional Affordable Housing Plan allows different jurisdictions to have these either an intergovernmental agreement or some sort of contract for services, so that you can have your program administered by someone who is already staffed up and ready to do it. Throughout the county, we also share funding for upcoming projects. So we'll say, okay, it's Longmont's turn to receive this pot of federal funds. We're going to go to Longmont. Next, it's going to go to Louisville. Next, it's going to Superior if you guys had a project. And so we sit as a region and share the turns to stretch those affordable housing dollars and to put them in a meaningful way towards each community, because if each community were duplicating services or were taking their, every year doling out the exact same amount of cash to all the towns and communities within the county, it just, the dollars wouldn't stretch. And so we've had to collaborate. I think the 2013 floods told us that we have to collaborate, share costs on administering these funds. And the pandemic has brought us even closer together to sharing those funds and those dollars and administrative costs. Did I ramble or did I answer your question?
No, that was very helpful.
Nori, thank
I
you.
hadn't realized that I mean, I'll be transparent. Being in the house building business does not interest me for the town of Superior. But knowing there are regional collaboratives, knowing that it could be used for rental assistance, other tools is helpful for me. So thank you.
Nori, thanks for joining us tonight. It's much appreciated. And I'll just kind of add on. I had a lot of questions about fee and lieu, but you've already answered a lot of those. And I don't know if we have necessarily communicated a goal for the town other than to sign on to Boulder County's goal. But my personal goal for the town with this ordinance is to add as many additional units as possible. I think the idea is we want to get people housed. And yes, we'll have to manage that carefully. We don't want to overburden specific areas. We don't want to create an area that is specifically just an attainable housing zone or anything like that. So I think it's going to take prudent management. But I think you've convinced me that fee and lieu is an important piece of ensuring that we are able to leverage as many additional units as possible. One question I did have for you, and really it's a discussion point I had for the rest of the board, but I'd like to leverage your expertise. Reading in our definitions here, a qualified household to participate means one qualified resident or a group of individuals that contains at least one qualified resident. And a qualified household may have occupants that are not qualified residents as long as at least one occupant is a qualified resident. So I guess my first question is that kind of a standard definition amongst many of the municipalities? And B, the reason I'm asking is it gives me pause for concern, because if you have a household with two incomes and one income makes a large amount over what the median incomes are, but you have one person who might be a part-time employee or might just be doing something that doesn't meet it, all of a sudden they are eligible for this program, even though they are not the intended population for the program. So can you speak to whether this actually is an issue or what these definitions look like in other municipalities?
Sure. Well, the town attorney will be better able to speak to what it looks like out in other communities, but within Boulder County. So if you have a qualified household, say for to receive a rental subsidy, then most programs that we use to fund affordable housing require that they're looking at the household income. And yes, at least one person has to be on the lease or on the deed of a home that's qualified. And this definition is also allowing certain programs that we have, especially for the housing voucher programs, allow households who are not, may have one undocumented person living married or living with a documented household, and that allows funding for a that the undocumented person may not be qualified for HUD purposes for receiving a voucher assistance, but the household still is able to qualify at a prorated amount. If everybody in the household is documented, then the 100% of that household could be qualified. And so qualified does vary based on what type of funding program that you're using. But typically, if you have two people and one person is in the household and they're both on the lease, if one's earning well above what would be considered your qualified household income and one is below, then those dual incomes are going to put that household they wouldn't be qualified for this program. And so I think that qualified household could be more specific in the definition, but really you're going to take the household income, and nobody would be able to, if one was way over income and one is not, then that wouldn't be fair for the program. So you really are going to look at that household income.
So I'm not sure if this is a question then, Nori, for you, or Allie, maybe it's for you, but can we include that as a requirement that the entire household's income must be looked at?
And I'll tell you why we drafted it this way in case Nori's explanation wasn't clear enough. So in the end, a qualified household will still have a qualified resident. The goal has been met at that point. There's a qualified resident in the affordable unit. That's the whole purpose of the ordinance, but we could certainly, with a little more direction from the board, maybe tighten that language up.
So my preference is to tighten that language up, and I'll use my household as an example. I make over that amount. My wife makes under that amount. That means that we would qualify for the program, but this program is not intended for me or my family, and nor should it be intended for anybody else who's in similar circumstances for me. This is for families that are, I think, in a household income needing access to attainable housing. So my preference would be to look at total household income rather than the way it's currently written.
Can we just be a little cautious we don't loop in the kids? Right, if we got 16 and 18-year-olds that are working, I don't necessarily want part of their wages to go into the analysis on what is attainable for the family.
And I don't know how to write that.
I don't either.
But I
can't we just say, all household members over age 18 need to have their, or 18 or over need to have their income included? Nori, I'll defer to you. I mean, have you seen other?
My instincts on this one tell me, use an analogy, it might not, and I don't mean to use this as a lightning rod, but it's, like fear of voter fraud. It's people love to worry about it, but does it really exist? I'd like to hear from Allie and Nori, are we at risk of over-engineering this to try to prevent some fraud or abuse? Might not be fraud, it might be more abuse than fraud. Try to prevent this abuse that may maybe make this so restrictive that we're turning away potential beneficiaries?
Nori, I think I'll let you handle this one since you've probably dealt with it more.
Yeah, we haven't seen kids' incomes included, kind of looking at an annual household income. And so I haven't seen that be a big problem, but a lot of 18-year-olds, are a big breadwinner now. And we also have not seen most people are wanting the fact that somebody comes in, they qualify, and then say their income does increase. They don't necessarily want to kick them out of the program and say, you're out because you're $10 over income. And so we want to encourage people to take advantage of the program, do well by it, get yourself up and out of assisted housing, and then be able to pass that resource on to another household. But we also allow for some flexibility because things change. And so there's kind of a collar above and below for that qualified resident. So I think that most programs do not include the children. They include who's on the lease for a rental. If you're on the lease, then either it's yours and you're completely independent from your parents, or your grandmother's living with you and she's also on the lease. It's that sort of thing. So who's on the lease has to be qualified. If you're not on the lease, then you're not part of that qualified household. If you're not on the lease because you're hiding your boyfriend or significant other, then that's another problem, a lease enforcement problem. But typically the qualified household is who's on the lease and who's responsible for that payment. and then you're just doing that household income based on that that qualified household. For ownership, it's actually been a little bit easier because you buy the home, you qualify for it. Yes, we want homeowners to build equity with their affordable home. You don't want to stay static. The whole point of home ownership is to build equity. And so you allow some equity to be built by that homeowner so that then they can perhaps get out of the program and pass it on to someone else. So that's the kind of flexibility that the qualified household is supposed to allow for, not that it's a really static definition.
So one of the things that Kendra brought up at the last meeting when we looked at this was on the question of abuse, that there was, this rich person from the East Coast that bought some attainable units in, I think, Vail, right? And they had a real hard time. And I presume that the problem is that the qualified resident here, the definition is an individual who earns an annual income that does not exceed 80% of the AMI and who occupies or will occupy a residential unit as her principal place of residence. That doesn't take into account net worth. It's just looking at income. And, for somebody who is just independently wealthy, they could, in theory, game the system. So are there any, to your knowledge, any attainable housing ordinances that look at the net worth in addition to or in lieu of the income of the qualified household?
I can say I don't know.
But shouldn't we? I mean, because
yeah,
that seems like a real easy way to just buy some cheap property if you're independently wealthy.
I personally don't know. I'm sure that the folks that are actually administering this program would know the details a bit more on that. For the rentals, I know that there's a formula for if you have this gross income, and we're also looking at bank accounts. I mean, it's pretty intense. The process to go through to get qualified is landlord references, job references, and bank accounts and Social Security and all of this. So it's definitely looked at so that you aren't able to game the system, but I am not qualified to answer that right now. I could certainly bring that back or work on that.
Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't want to have somebody who clearly is not, in need of this type of housing, either rent it or purchase this just because they are able to finesse their annual income in a way that would make them qualify when they're not the target market.
And Mark, I think this is what I worry about, that we could over-engineer this to try to prevent fraud. And I think if we were a board on the, in Manhattan Beach in California, considering this, or even Vail, that would be a real risk because it is so attractive. But nothing against Superior. It's great and it's beautiful, but I don't think high net wealth individuals are going to buy deed restricted property in Superior, Colorado. So they could, stay here and go to Costco easier? It's not like it's Vail or Manhattan Beach. It's like, I think we're fine.
I mean, it just seems like it's an easy potential fix here that, if you have a net worth of over X, that you don't qualify.
But it's starting to, I'm just going to be transparent. This is starting to look like why I personally do not support ID requirements for voter registration, right? Because I don't want to make the bar so high that it pushes people away. And we have our, experts saying they don't see it. And we've successfully deployed great programs throughout Boulder County. And so I don't think it's a risk. And
But I mean, Kendra did raise this very issue and said that there was a problem that she was dealing with. I mean, when we asked what types of problems she's seen with. So it seems like, just to say we're not Vail, I don't know. It just seems like if we have the opportunity to avoid making a mistake at the outset, why not put in some sort of net worth criteria that at least gets looked at, so you're not just having somebody who is recently retired and doesn't have an income anymore, and all of a sudden gets
I hear
ability
you,
to
dude.
qualify.
I would
Yeah,
also
respect-
say, Kevin, I would also say, I mean, we're not Vail, you're right. But I think one use case that I can think of for Superior specifically is proximity to CU, is students who are making very little money but might come from, might have a high net worth, and they want a place in Superior to live while they're going to school. And I think that also gets at kind of what we've been talking about, where then what if you get 6 roommates, in the house? And I mean, clearly that's a different use case, because I presume students wouldn't be making enough where even if you added it together, they would add up to that. But I think that is I don't want to see these spots taken by students.
But a high net worth individual is going to look to, they're going to commit fraud to save $400 or $500 a month.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really see the student market being a problem. I mean, there's a lot of steps to go through this. And I mean, I think Boulder deals with the same thing. There's a lot of people that want to get into Boulder for less money, but there's a lot of steps to this, and that tends to kind of weed out the problems. My concern is the rental aspect of this. Is maybe someone buys it legitimately, but then decides they want to rent it, and then they may be kind of loose on the qualification of the renter, and then that just they're like, wow, great, this is a great investment, and maybe I'll just keep going with that. My view of this is it really should be for people, homeowners, to have attainable housing for ownership, not aspiring landlords. So maybe, Nora, maybe you could talk about it. Is that another example of just not that big of a problem, and we shouldn't overthink that, or what has been your experience of these things turning into rentals and thus kind of getting off track, so to speak?
Well, for many of the inclusionary housing programs have really supported rentals, frankly. And so it has gone to create additional affordable rental housing. Boulders is definitely focused on rental as well as ownership. And so City of Boulder's inclusionary housing program does create affordable housing for home ownership. And then they are also creating specific units that are sprinkled throughout the city that are deed restricted, affordable, and they're part of, super expensive developments or affordable developments. So I think that I don't have a one size fits all answer, because it just does vary throughout the county. But I haven't really seen the small, what you're saying. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I haven't seen folks buying the homes and then renting them out. Like it kind of is a difficult process to deed restrict your property and to create that affordability, and to sign on that, yes, you're at 80% of the area median income. It's definitely a regulatory process that you're signing up for. And when you're deed restricting that property, I mean, that's going to be recorded, and that's the enforcement, I think, that the town could always rely back on is, hey, this deed restriction is on this property. And if someone's misusing the property, then basically they're not obeying that deed restriction. So you need both the kind of marketing aspect of it, and make sure that folks who are signing up for it are fully informed of what it is, that you're going to allow that appreciation of the home if you're in a home ownership environment, and that the deed restriction is going to be there on that property to kind of hold them, the teeth. So I think it's workable, but I don't want to just say that these issues aren't important. I'm just trying to share what's happened throughout the county and throughout the region.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I view this as a low risk issue. I think when we heard from Kendra, it was one out of the dozens that Vail has, and Allie can probably elaborate on that. I don't doubt that there's always going to be fraud, and you can never engineer everything, out to prevent somebody who is set on committing fraud. So I don't want to overthink this. I'm more focused on how do we at least get some of these homes. And if, over time we find that people are abusing the systems, will courts correct? But, I don't want to over-engineer it right now on people renting the homes. I want to over-engineer how do we get more of these? That's where I think more of the focus needs to be. How do we do, instead of 20 units, how do we do the 700 that we need? Because if we get 100 of them, then we can start talking about how do we ensure that the right people are in there. Right now, we're barely scratching the surface on what we need.
So Neil, I'm glad that you brought that up, because that gets to my biggest concern with this proposal, which I know I brought up in our last meeting. So I'm really looking at this as essentially it's a tax on new residential development. And, the developers, they can either give us a certain number of homes, or they could pay a fee. But either way, it's all coming out of one pool. And where I just am really struggling with this is, and Allie, I'll have some more specific questions for you later on the thing around comparable in design, size, and appearance are the units that we will be giving into this program. Particularly, I'm thinking, I recognize that we don't necessarily have a lot more land to be developed, and we don't know what's going to be on it. But as I think through what's in Superior right now, I think about like Calamonte, for example. To me, it would not make sense to take a Calamonte home and turn it into affordable housing. When it's incredibly large, high-end luxury finishes, etc., purely because it then means we're giving one home to a family, rather than maybe if we were to have a different design, we could provide 4 homes with that money if it were constructed in a different way. So I'm just really struggling with this idea of take homes that are built to be likely luxury places, and then just arbitrarily say these few are not market value and we're going to, require them to be less. Like that just doesn't make sense to me. So Nori, Allie, I would love your feedback on that.
Nori, I think I can talk on this, and then I'm sure you have some input as well. That's one area where the fee in lieu is very helpful, because you're right. $1 million home, how is someone at 80% AMI even going to afford that, even if they do qualify for it? So that might be one reason you might actually want to loosen the fee in lieu requirement and allow, instead of dedication of like units, allow them just to pay the fee in lieu, because the town has the power over those funds to then take those elsewhere and create deed restricted units that are more usable.
So maybe to get even more specific with my question, Nori, you shared with us a great slide that showed what other municipalities are doing. And as I look through that, I see that some of those municipalities are looking at just the fee. And that's something that really appeals more to me, rather than even leaving it up to the developers.
Yep. So I think that many of the developers have integrated housing units into their development. They're basically condos, like a 1-bedroom condo, or what's also really in demand for folks who need affordable units, especially seniors, is a ground floor ADA unit that has a bedroom and a bathroom and your kitchen all on the ground floor, and maybe an upstairs unit for visitors. And so they're integrating that unit into their complex that's going to meet the demand no matter what anyway. And so
that makes sense to me, but in reading the ordinance that we've drafted, we've essentially prevented that by saying that where there are different designs in a complex, that the affordable units have to be the same percentage of the designs as the whole thing. So that's my concern, is when we have this whole section around comparable in design, size, and appearance, layouts have to be in the same proportion to layouts in the non-affordable side. It doesn't give us room for things like that to say, let's take these units which are more suitably designed for the purpose.
Right. And I think that it's just like you have a 1-bedroom that's a townhouse versus an attached ground floor unit that's a flat. It's it's not literally exactly the same size and exactly the same materials and granite countertops. It's, you know, generally meets the same appearance so that you aren't stigmatizing the household who's moved in wanting to fit into that neighborhood. So I think it's the way that you're interpreting the language, and that you would want to be sure that you're not singling out the one affordable unit or two affordable units that are a part of this larger development, and that you want to use like materials and make them fit in, you know? So I think it's that's what the programs have tried to get to in the other communities. But again, as Allie mentioned, that certainly that's the in lieu fee can go towards other affordable housing and leverage additional dollars to create more housing offsite, which is sometimes what works better for developers and for the town. And I think that that's where that flexibility comes in. You can dedicate funds on site, off site, you can dedicate land, or you can build the unit on site if that's something that you want to integrate into your development.
So I think we've touched on a super healthy conversation. I just want to let you know, I'm on the exact opposite side of that spectrum. I love the Calmonte example. I completely respect what you said, Laura, but I could not disagree any more. Firefighters and teachers should be in the same neighborhood as the people that they support. I mean, it's crazy to me to think that a neighborhood like Calmonte, which, oh, well, firefighters shouldn't live there because it's too high end. Absolutely not. And if you start replacing that with fee and lieu, then let's just have, then Boulder, I don't want to pick on Boulder Creek, a developer that was building Calmonte would come in and say, well, I'm going to keep these $1 million homes here, but I need to meet this requirement. So I'm going to set aside, you know, $4 million, and I'm going to go build, and I'm going to go buy I'm going to buy every house that's for sale in Sagamore for the next 2 years at a 10% market increase, because I got to get this thing approved. And so the people that live in Sagamore can't be any happier because they sold their house for a 10% price increase. But 3 years from now, we've got this concentration of low income, affordable housing that looks a lot different than Calmonte. So Laura, I respect what you say, but that's why I love how this is written, because Calmonte is the perfect example. And yes, the affordable house might not have the wine cellar and the polished granite, but it will have the same cool lighting outside and the same shutters, and aesthetically it's going to look very similar. But yeah, it's not going to have all the polishes and the bells and whistles, of course not.
So that, I mean, that brings me into where I really want to nitpick that verbiage. I mean, when we say comparable in design, size, and appearance, and we go into a little bit more detail there, but I mean, we don't get into, are the finishes exactly the same? You know, we do get into the layouts must be exactly the same. So to your wine cellar example, you know, you have to put the wine cellar in, you just might not need to make it mahogany versus, you know, whatever. But
a good comment from a good public comment last time we talked about this from a candidate I completely agree with. Let's not let great be the enemy of good here. We have some proposed rules and regulations that are proposed ordinance that is really, really good. You can get a Tesla for $34,000. You can get a Tesla that looks the exact same from the outside, but has all the supercharging stuff for $65,000. But the design is aesthetically, it looks the same.
Sure, but I feel like now, I mean, the whole point of tonight is to really nitpick this and to get at what changes in the language do we want. I don't think it's fair to paint it as this is affordable housing, therefore we all have to pass it. I think this is valuable for us to say, how can we tweak this and make it as good as we possibly can?
I actually disagree. I think that we're going to get awfully close to 11 o'clock and somebody's going to say, let's commission a study to think about this and engage the community. And I couldn't be any more excited that we're, about to make a commitment. And I think we should go forward. I think we have Ally's experience, who's, I'm glad to have Ally because she's not only she's sort of subbing for us tonight, but she drafted the ordinance. We've got Nori, who's done this in multiple communities within Boulder County, who was engaged here. And I think we're going to add layers of detail to try to prevent waste or excuse me, some type of fraud or abuse. We're going to layer in all these details to say, but not necessarily the wine cellar, and excludes 18-year-olds. And we're not going to get it done. We got a chance to get this thing done here.
So I remain concerned about I'm not really concerned about the comparable. I mean, I think comparable is enough of a substantially similar. It's subject to interpretation that, like, I don't think that we necessarily, I think there's enough wiggle room in there that you could have a developer build something that is comparable and is not exactly similar. And, they can bring something that is, they can save some money on some finishes and things like that, and they can still deliver attainable units. So as drafted, I don't have a problem with that language. I do remain a little concerned about the whole failure to account for net worth. I think that, frankly, that is a reasonable ask for part of it, just just looking at bank statements and or tax returns or something like that to just make sure that you've got somebody who actually really deserves to be buying or renting these units is an appropriate thing to look at. Last question that I have is with regards to the fee in lieu. So let's just say hypothetically that we have developers who are not interested in actually bringing attainable units to market, and they're just paying the fee in lieu, and we start amassing a little war chest of attainable housing funds. What sort of discretion do we have in deploying those? Like, so case in point, we have the Superior Marketplace that a lot of us have talked about as being the perfect opportunity to deliver some sort of redevelopment in connection with potentially RTD as a partner next to the bus rapid transit station, and Brixmor, who owns the Superior Marketplace, to actually like infill some of their unnecessary parking spaces and actually build a residential component. Could we actually deploy those funds in a partnership with them? Would there be any limitations on us doing so? Do we have to deliver a certain percentage of the project? Just if we could just kind of speak to what the fee in lieu could be actually used for, and how flexible it is in actually achieving attainable housing.
So typically, as long as those fees are going towards mitigating the effects on housing caused by new residential development, any expenditure of those fees will be permissible. So in your example, I think you said building new residential through a partnership, that would absolutely be okay. As Maury mentioned earlier, rent assistance, that would be okay. As I mentioned earlier, doing something akin to the Vail Indeed program, where you voluntarily, where someone approaches the town voluntarily wanting you to purchase a deed restriction on their property, that would be okay. So anything that goes towards mitigating housing impacts would be an okay expenditure of that fee in lieu.
Okay. What about just buying ground?
Mm-hmm. If the town had plans to then construct residential units on that property, then yes.
What if we didn't actually want to construct it, but we wanted somebody else to construct it? So we were buying it for purposes of selling it to somebody else to do that work.
Yes, that would be permissible.
Okay.
And I do want to correct myself. Earlier, I said I thought those fees would be refundable after a period. That's not correct. The town will be able to retain those fees for as long as they need them until they do get used.
I like your background, Ally.
We all want to know your dog's name so we could start calling your dog.
I didn't see her over there. That's Harper, and she goes where she wants.
Clearly.
Harper's a good girl.
She is.
So I want to go back to kind of where Kevin was. I completely agree. I mean, the way I started this, our target, the target I have in my head is this town needs 750 units, period. This ordinance will probably get us 20 to 40. So it's not going to make a dent in where we need to be. So let's just get this going and make 2020-21 the year in which we start pulling every lever out there possible to start adding more units to the community. Because this will only apply to new development. And there's like 2 parcels left. And I think it is 90% of the way there. The only thing I want is, and it doesn't have to be in the ordinance, is that if we're using the fee in lieu funds, that we don't oversaturate a market because it's in the bucket of what's slightly cheaper. And this is really more at the town level than in the ordinance. But otherwise, I'm ready to go.
Neil, Neil, I agree with you. I want to find a way to get affordable housing sooner rather than later, because to your point, there, the clock is ticking on what developments are left. I just, especially when we're emphasizing, trying to get to 700 units, I'm really concerned that we are kind of rushing this in that we're saying, okay, let's get the 40 units now because we've got to get to 700. Whereas if we were to take an approach that was more fee-based rather than providing specific units, I think we could get that number a lot higher than 40 units. If we're actually building these for purpose and or taking out the requirements around comparable in design, size, and appearance, for example.
So I will fall somewhere in the middle of all of this. I do think fee in lieu is a valuable tool to have in our war chest, or in our tool belt, to help build a war chest so we can again deploy as many units as possible. I think it gives us the ability to partner with other groups, to do something ourselves, to do something where we can actually maximize the number of units out there. With that said, I understand Kevin's position, and I don't think we should be limiting that you have to do a fee rather than contribute within your development. So I think the primary edit that will get me over the hump tonight is right now fee in lieu is only available to units of less than 10, I think, developments with less than 10 units. If we get rid of that and just allow fee in lieu for all developments, I'm there.
At whose choice does the
Ken, then they'll
developer decide?
Let me just add one quick thing on Ken. Ken, if they do that, they'll never use the Calmonte example. They'll never build affordable housing in the next Calmonte. And I recognize there isn't a next Calmonte, but it never would have happened.
And you know what? If that's what they choose to do, that's what they choose to do. And then we have so much more money available to us to, instead of just having 3 or 4 units, we have 10, 15, 20 units, however much we can build with that money. I don't see that necessarily as a negative. If they want to contribute the development, that's fine.
Yeah, you lost the leverage over the developer, though. You've done 2 things. You've lost the leverage over the developer, and you've put yourself in the affordable housing building business, which developers should be in the business of building affordable housing, not governments. And
so I think
it's coached us around, you could use it for rent assistance, you could use it for land acquisition. Great comment, great answer, by the way. I mean, Mark's question was spot on and really good answer. But I feel really strong. I don't like fee in lieu. I think I can accept fee in lieu for less than 10 because 10% of less than 10 is not a whole house. And so it makes sense, but I'm not going to support fee in lieu over 10.
And I think and that's fine. I think you and I just have a philosophical difference here. Where I would like to see this ordinance go is to allow us to maximize the number of units. I don't think that leaving fee in lieu off the table gets us there. It's a tool that can get us to the maximum number of units possible.
I think Ken raises a good point. I hadn't really thought about it that way, but if we're looking at, I think Neil's been kind of touching on this as well. we've got a math problem, right? We've got a limited amount of supply. We've got a whole host of demand, but we have limited options for us to actually deliver like sufficient units for us to actually get to the goal. And the only way that we're going to actually get to the goal is not by building, a certain number of units in each new development that's coming before the board, because we just don't have enough space for that. The only way we're going to get to the goal is either by buying up and deed restricting existing properties within town en masse, or doing something at a place like the marketplace at a sufficient scale where we could actually make a significant dent. And in order to do that, like, I don't think that Brixmor is going to really be interested in doing that out of the kindness of their own hearts. And RTD is not necessarily in a position to do anything with their parcel right now because they're just, on life support right now. So, but they own that parcel, and Brixmor is interested in doing something to invigorate the marketplace. So if we can actually come to the table as a, interested party on a partnership with them and make a substantial commitment of funds that we've gotten through this fee and lieu process, we might actually be able to solve this problem.
So there are multiple strategies that we could deploy. The strategy we're talking about today is a requirement for new build. The presentation that we received earlier talked about the Boulder County goal is 300 homes per year. Yes, the broader goal is 12% of the total stock by 2035. But right now, our goal is 300 per year. The town of Superior is roughly 3% of the total housing stock within Boulder County, right? So we can contribute by helping them achieve that 300 unit goal by doing a simple thing today of saying, yes, we're going to do 10% of housing. And I think we'll all agree that we could probably get 9, 10, 15 knocked out. And that sounds like a small number, but it contributes to the broader goal of Boulder County of 300 per year. Number one. Number two, this is an elephant. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. It's just, we can handle all this stuff later, but we have a real opportunity in front of us, and we're going to lose it if we try to over-engineer and talk about Brixmor and what we're going to do. And we're just talking about new construction, couple parcels. Let's just align around what the requirement for these developers who have plenty of money, love our town, and will meet this commitment to. So anyway, so we're still contributing our fair share to the 300 a year, which is the Boulder County goal. Number one. Number two, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
So I don't eat elephant, but I would imagine that it is easier to do so with a bigger fork. And so if we're going to be willing to go to 10%, I would suggest we go up to 15%.
I completely agree.
I disagree with the elephant analogy here. I mean, I think Neil pointed it out just very appropriately, which is, if we want to get to a bigger number, then we need to have a way to get there and not kind of spoil our chances of doing so. I mean, right now, what I'm hearing is we want to push for 40 affordable homes as quickly as possible. But in doing so, we're missing the opportunity to create 300 affordable homes. And obviously I'm making that number up, but I think the way we're going about this right now, yes, we will absolutely get a few affordable homes very quickly, but we have limited supply. We only have so many developments coming in. And what we're essentially doing is hamstringing ourselves and saying, okay, so for these for the only developments that are left, we're only going to be able to get 40 homes out of it this way, because we're requiring them to be the same in all of these ways as others, whereas we have an opportunity to create more. I think that's a big mistake on our part.
Yeah, we don't.
This through.
There's no we're not abandoning those other strategies, which might be, and there's lots of strategies that we've been coached on. One strategy might be a new tax, right? That's around affordable housing, and we leverage that tax for separate land acquisitions or rental assistance or anything else, right? But right now, this community is throwing up a goose egg towards affordable housing. And we have an opportunity to put a stake in the ground. We established this as a board goal that we wanted to do something. And I agree on that 15%.
So Laura, just, I want to be clear here. I mean, and I think you and I do share, at least some overlap in terms of where we think this is going. I mean, I think ultimately we as a board, as a town, we acknowledge that there's a big goal here, and I think we all have a slightly different strategy for getting there. My rationale for fully supporting this ordinance is, I think, as Kevin alluded to, I think attainable housing should be dispersed around the community. I don't want, first shot out of the gate to end up with developers, shepherding their funds into a different part of town. I think the Calmonte example is perfect. And if it's one home in that development, so be it. But I also agree that this is not the end all. This is going to be the tail of the elephant. The rest of this elephant has a lot more work to get done. And I think that's where, we have to throw everything at the wall to see what else works. But for me, 15%, this ordinance at least, gets us started.
So I guess to your point around the Calmonte example, I mean, I agree with you. I don't want to necessarily segregate this in one area of town. I think that comes with its own challenges. But I have a real problem with saying, okay, let's take $1 million home in Calmonte and use it to serve one person. When you're looking at the developer, to them, it is a pool of costs. So I don't know what the actual profit margins are. Somebody else could probably inform me better on that. But let's say it cost them $500,000 to build a $1 million home. Well, what if they were able to build three $300,000 homes in that development? I think we're really hamstringing ourselves by having this requirement that they be the same in the language is design, size, and appearance. To me, that doesn't leave room for you to say, okay, make it the same on the outside, but put in a Formica counter instead of a quartz or granite or whatever. I mean, to me, that sounds like it needs to be the same, particularly when you get into all the language around the layouts have to be the same layouts in the affordable units as they are in the non-deed restricted units. I mean, that doesn't leave room for us to get more affordable units in. It basically is setting up a lottery where we're going to say, okay, 10 lucky people get these luxury homes and everyone else is still out in the cold.
No, and I think you're right. I mean, I think Longmont, and I'll be honest, I have not read anyone else's ordinances. So I'm at a bit of a disadvantage because I think I wish I would have read Boulder and Longmont. I mean, the land donation in lieu of in Longmont may help to, obviate some of what Laura's already raised. That said, I don't know if it's either we kick this to the next meeting or we pass it as is and we tweak it later. I don't know.
Good discussion. I'm hearing general support around 15%. I could go for that as well, and I'd prefer to get this done tonight. We've carried it from a previous meeting. We could carry it on to a couple of more meetings and study it to death, but I think we need to start somewhere. The sooner we get something on the books, the faster it's there. And I mean, we don't know when the next development is going to come along. And I think the last thing we want to do is not have something in place when it does. So the time to do that is now. So let's get it on. Let's continue to study it, continue to evaluate it. We can always make changes to it later on. Let's go to public comment, and unless there's a burning question from someone on the board, but let's get some public comment, and then I'd like to ask for the board to take action on this tonight. All right, public comment is now open on this agenda item. Rivachandra K, you're identified to speak. Go ahead. Looks like still muted.
Okay, how about now?
Go ahead, yes.
And here, okay, so this is Chris Oakes. Sorry, I guess I have my work Zoom that I've used, so it's not Ravichandra Ken Chapa. It's Chris Oakes. So my concern on this is that we're a very small geographic town, 2 miles, and you've got sprawling towns around us: Broomfield, Lafayette, Louisville, Boulder, Longmont, etc. And when Boulder County says that, here's the thing that they have to do, and now we're throwing the brunt of this on our small but mighty town of Superior, we're almost looking at us being able to subsidize Boulder's incredible housing crisis. One of the reasons why I moved here is you could get housing for much less expensive than what it was in Boulder. And as long as Boulder rates keep going up, skyrocketing, then we can't carry water for Boulder. There. We can't carry the weight for Boulder on this, and it's going to be very frustrating. And well, let me take that back. Is you can't unbuild the house, you can't unbuild the open space, you can't do anything, and so we have to be very aware. And I, for as much as I don't like kicking stuff down the road, I think before we start throwing 10% or 15%, or a Calmonte example, or school teachers have to live here, and there's 49 teachers in Superior Elementary and 86 teachers in El Dorado PK through 8. So how many of them really are driving around? How many of the fire department are living here? And if we are going to say this is why we're doing it, like, do the people that work in Superior actually want to buy this? Or are we subsidizing housing for people who work in Boulder and it's just cheaper? If it's a 15-minute commute into Boulder, and if we're now a suburb of Boulder instead of our town, I don't think that's accurate or right. So that's my piece.
Okay, thanks, Chris. AKA Ravichandra. Right. Anyone else in the public like to make comment on this agenda item? Now is the time. Going once, going twice. Okay, no further public comment, and back to the board. Final comments?
I'd like to hear others' opinions. I mean, I know Kevin's opinion, but I'd like to hear others' opinions on opening the Lean fee in lieu above our 10 unit development cap right now. Just have it open and available.
I touched on it before. I think it's an interesting idea. I think practically speaking, because we have so few, I guess one of my concerns is, again, that, letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And, because we have so few new developments that are still going to be coming online in the near future, that, we could find ourselves in a situation where we're just amassing money into a pool of money and not actually delivering any attainable units anytime soon. So like that's one concern, is if we make everything subject to fee in lieu, we might not be able to actually solve any problem with attainable housing at all in the near future. Whereas if we had a criteria where there was that cutoff at 10, we know at least that, the projects of, some sufficient number of units would deliver, some attainable units. I don't know if that's right or wrong, or good or bad, but at least it would be doing something to move the needle, at least ever so slightly, versus potentially not.
Okay, I'm open to that idea as well, although I'm also fine just adopting it with the one change of 15%. Others? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I made all the motions tonight, I feel like, so somebody else should do this one, but.
I lost my,
I'll do it. I'd like to make a motion, Town of Superior ordinance number O-18,
18.
Series 2020, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior amending Chapter 16 of the Superior Municipal Code by the addition of a new Article 37 to adopt inclusionary housing requirements. With a change on, was it the fourth whereas? Or I guess, I'm not sure where that percentage is, but with the
yes,
change.
the fourth whereas.
The fourth whereas from 10% to 15%.
Second.
Well, it's not just a whereas, it's
yeah.
In
It's
section,
It's not in the whereas.
Yeah.
clause. It's over.
1637-40, section A.
that's right.
Yeah,
So
that.
10 needs to change to 15.
Yep.
Okay, was there any other changes? Is that it?
Yep, I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Trustee Shaw and second by Trustee Ryan. And roll call vote, please.
Discussion. Well, I won't be supporting this. I can get behind it if we change the language to remove our 10-unit cap on fee in lieu. I think we are leaving a very valuable tool in our tool belt, and this is just it doesn't forward our goal. Yeah. So I'm happy to entertain a second motion if this one fails, but I won't be able to supporting this one.
I think that's a valid objection, Ken. I guess what I really would have loved to have in this discussion was home builders in the audience and speaking during public comment and speaking to their experience with inclusionary housing, zoning ordinances, and things of that nature. If we get land use applications that are being submitted to us and it finds out that this is something that's unworkable for them, I'd certainly entertain revising it at a future date if it turns out that there's a better way for us to really solve this problem. But I think that this is an important first step towards solving the problem, and I'm willing to take that step now and make the ordinance better in the future if it needs to be.
And I think there just needs to be realization. We can say that we can always fix something in the future, but you need votes to do that. It's not an easy process. It is a difficult process. So just say, let's get something on the books and we'll fix it later. I don't attribute to that mantra. And frankly, I think the email we received from a former trustee earlier today can hit the nail on the head. We're rushing this through, and yeah, we should have something on the books. I want to contribute. This is something that is a board goal, but I don't want something sloppy on the books. And frankly, I feel like this is an ordinance that itself isn't sloppy, but I don't know if it meets all our goals. We haven't had a discussion about what our goals are. I know that, for instance, me and Kevin have different goals and different mindsets just from what we've heard tonight, but we haven't had a big, long discussion to fully understand what we as a town are trying to accomplish with this. So I still won't be able to support it, and I wish we were taking our time with this more than we are.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, Phyllis, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Shaw,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Lish,
No.
Lasis,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Kwasinski.
No.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. All right, anything further on that, or in our remaining 11 minutes? Okay, thanks everyone, and that is it. We are adjourned. Have a good night.
Thank you.